Okay. And do you have my presentation as well? Yeah, yeah. I was just trying to prepare it. Okay, no, it's not saved. And how long should it be? Because Eric told me 20 to 30 minutes. Is it still okay? Okay. So I can have because I prepared a longer version in case. Yeah, and because I didn't know what was their level or knowledge, I was a bit loose at the end about the details, so they can ask about the specific. What's it called? It's just a demo app that is the base project, and then if they want to learn more about Lomiri and the UI toolkits, and I can showcase some of these. And yeah, so yeah. Hi, Johan. How are you? Yeah, I got the same hoodie as you. Yeah, I have the right t-shirt. Yeah, it's signed. This week it was maybe I think Ricardo signed it last, and it was yesterday. So I need to send the agreement. I will forward it to Kiki as well because she says she wanted to have everything. So yeah, I will forward it to her as well. Yeah, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, so memorandum of understanding. Uh, it's already planned for them to put it on the market on March, and also with you would yeah, yeah, this March. So probably end of the month because I don't think the port is already made. But I think it's in progress because we had a verbal understanding about that, and we wanted also. I invited spoiler. I invited Plamen or Dominic or even Robert Bergsman to participate to the Q&A later today. So they could announce with us the partnership and give us an update on what the status is for the Braxton. Yeah, Robert or one of the other guys, the real owners of the company. No, 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 not yet. But probably I will visit them. Or I almost missed them in Paris, but I wasn't available this day, so too bad for this one. But yeah, it's pretty good, and I'm waiting on the confirmation for Robert Braxman to be there or not because of his schedule. So, but at least it has been asked. So if he's available, he'll probably be there. Yeah, it's we don't have answers for everyone. Ricardo says he could make it, but it was difficult. Nigel had constraints in the beginning of the month, so it will be probably end of February or maybe in March. But at the moment, we don't have the availabilities of everyone, which is a shame. I will try to push again on this because it would be great to meet everyone in Bergen, for example. Yeah. Yes, but he's not answering every time, but he's more responsive than, let's say, Marius or Alan. Both are quite difficult to get the hold on. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I learned about the end of the contract by Kiki this week, and I didn't have many times this week to ask them about that. I was focused on the Brexit agreement that I wanted to push forward before the Q&A. Yeah, oh, it's improving little by little, of course. The famous last 20% are more times than the 80%, but we still have progress. We have now the ability to make apps for 24/4, but the open store is still not yet ready. So it has to progress also on this front to be able to release it as stable. Mm. Yeah, no, Rashanan was still there. We had a meeting. It was, oh my God, it was already 3 weeks ago, um, discussing about the versioning of Ubuntu Touch. So, in order to keep the versioning consistent in the future, and so we had a discussion with the board of trustees, and we came to a conclusion. And I guess this was needed also to put into the work. Hopefully, we have it now, but I yeah, yeah, we yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah, but it's minor. It's a minor thing. It's just how do you want to number thing? Is it OTA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it Ubuntu Touch 2404 V1? Or it's just a naming convention. So it was not a real technical issue. But Rashanan wanted to have the information from the trustees, um, just so no one is lost, because if it's just the developers that made the decision and it doesn't fit with the community because people like Moom would be lost, then it's a bad decision. So yeah, it was good to have this discussion, and I think the conclusion is pretty nice. We will continue with something similar to what we have now, so people don't get lost, but something more versatile to allow us also um, hot fixes, because the current numbering doesn't allow hot fixes. It's just we have OTAs, and now we will have some kind of version, major 1.2, 1.3, and yeah. So yeah, yeah. If you have the major version, it will be with the planned one with new features. If we add features, it will be a 24.4.1, 24.4.2, 24.4.3. And if we have just bug fixes and some little stuff, it will be 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, etc. Yeah, I didn't have confirmation yet for their presence, but we have a full day ahead for this. Yeah. I need to.
save you. Good morning, everybody, on day 2 of FOSFest, our nice hackathon. So let me take you to a couple of slides again. First of all, again, we are in the Berlin School of Business and Innovation in Berlin. And hackers, welcome. Go again and do some hacking. So for now, still remember, on the 24th of February, you will receive an email on the email which you use for registration to send in your projects. But for now, we will start with a presentation of Paul Hortela, who is a member of the board of UbiPorts, and UbiPorts is an association who maintains and develops the Ubuntu Touch operating system. Now let's get over to Paul.
Hello everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. And yeah, should we dig right into the presentation? So, sorry? Okay, I will go ahead. So yeah, I'm here about talking about Ubuntu Touch and how to contribute with creating an application. So let me just share my screen. Yeah, this should be done. So yeah. So Ubuntu Touch, I didn't know what was the level, so I will start with the basics, and I will try to guide you through how easy it is to start developing and contributing to Ubuntu Touch. First of all, some words about me. As an introduction, they said, yes, I'm a board member of the UbiPorts Foundation. The UbiPorts Foundation is a foundation under the German law, and we promote Ubuntu Touch. I go by Apply on the UbiPort community, and I have more than 20 years in IT. Yeah, I like to call myself a hacker, freelancer, developer, manager, designer, and sometimes even more a sinner, a lover, joker, whatever. So yeah, and as a joke, I said this is sponsored by Gaganrad, which is the name of my company, because as a freelancer, I created my own company as a cybersecurity guy. And yeah, for me, cybersecurity is really important, and also freedom. That's why I like to support liberal and free open source software, because I think that's important for cybersecurity, for freedom, and for just yeah, my values, I would say. Some words about the UbiPort Foundation. So, like I said, it's under the German law, and our goal is not impossible, but it's very difficult. It's to maintain and develop Ubuntu Touch, and to promote Ubuntu Touch as well, and the use of this free software wherever we can. But it's a very difficult mission because of just a duopoly of Apple and Google. It's hard to compete against such giants, but we will try. And the thing is, it works. I use it daily on my phone. This is a Pixel 3a, and it's enough for me. It's not enough for everyone. Not yet, but our goal is to develop the operating system to make it available for most people, and to fit everyone's projects. And how do we do this? First of all, we need compatible devices, and we also need developers, because the software is key for an operating system. If we don't have a solid ecosystem, we saw it with, let's say, failure of Microsoft in the domain of mobile operating systems. So yeah, we need more developers to have better software. We have developers to port Ubuntu Touch, because yeah, with compatible device, you have to create a custom port to have Ubuntu Touch on your device. We need also people to maintain the operating system, so to improve the features, to create new ways to interact with your device, to keep up also with newer kernel, newer mainline kernel, because we also have a mainline version of Ubuntu Touch, and of course developers to build applications, because without application, like I said, it's hard to improve the situation for regular users like me. Regarding the compatible device, it's all under control, let's say, because this is the role of the foundation and the board of directors to create new partnership, like with Vola, like we did with Pine64, with the Pine phones. So yeah, it's not the greatest, but it's still under control. And we have also available all the Android devices that we can port to, because but for this we need developers to make the port. We also need, that's the real trick, is for us to have enough people to make software development for the OS and for the app ecosystem. So how you fit today is by bringing new applications to the operating system. And how to do this? First of all, it's not that complex. Even if you don't know Ubuntu Touch, even if you haven't used it, it's easy to start. and that's what I will demonstrate today. So first things first. The first thing is read the F manual because I won't swear here. So yeah, we have documentations, which is pretty good on how to develop for Ubuntu Touch. The first link is just the source of our app development documentation. The second one is with external documentations that are required, for example, to learn about QML and to learn about the UL toolkit that is used by Lomiri, which is our desktop environment. And another important tool is also to have Clickable. Clickable is a tool that allows you to easily build your application and package it for Ubuntu Touch. Because Ubuntu Touch uses click packages, which not many are familiar with. So it's easier to have just Clickable do the work for you, and then you're set up. Now, let's go into the concrete stuff. Let's hackathon. So here I simulate a console and show you, okay, let's install Clickable. Oh, damn, it's already installed in my machine. So I don't know how to show what happens in the process, but yeah, I chose here to go the easy route. The easy route is to use Snap because it's quite easy to install, and it's maintained by the community into a Snap. So that's pretty easy to install. It's compatible with most Linux distribution. So you just have to install snapd and then snap install Clickable. Then the first step with Clickable is to do a Clickable create, which allows you and guide you to the creation of your new project. Let's go ahead. This is what happens when you do the Clickable create. So first, it asks you to download, it's basically a Docker container with everything that you need. So because it can run on your desktop natively, so you can emulate what happens on the phone. First question asked is to select a template. The easy one is QML only. So you would create a simple app that you will be able to develop and code with basically QML and JavaScript. You can also choose a C++ project or Python or HTML. We have also templates for Go, Rust, and Godot. Godot for 3D things, I guess, but I'm not really familiar with Godot, so let's not jump into this and select the QML only. Then it will have the title of your app, so what will appears on your screen when you launch the app. So really, basically what will be displayed. It can be then translated thanks to translation things that we have. Short description that is used in the open store. So you can have a good description of your app and keywords to search for it. Then the app name is a technical name that will be append with your namespace, which is basically your name, as well as a color. It will be translated as all lower cases, by the way. The maintainer name as straightforward, so Paul H for me. The maintainer email to contact them for support. And then select a license. By default, it's GNU GPL3. So great. You can also choose for MIT, BSD, or Apache, or not open source because we are still open to people that want to have a proprietary thing. If Meta wants to do WhatsApp, they can. We allow them to do that. probably they won't even hear this video, so I don't care. But for some people, WhatsApp is important, and we can't have them have it since until someone code for it. We have some hacks to use it, but it still requires some Android or iOS server running the WhatsApp. So the year for the copyright, GitLab CI if you have it, Git tag versioning, and you can save this template as your default. If you are going to make a lot of apps, then Clickable will remember what you used, what the namespace used, etc., etc. Then, congratulations, you have your first app. It's done. It's that easy. To check what is in the directory, you can go to test1, which is the name of the app I gave, and just read the name files. You have assets. In the assets directory, you can find the icon that is used to show in your app browser or app drawer. You have a clickable YAML. This is a YAML file that describes basically what you just entered. It's just the information about your application. You've got a CMake list because this is how it will be built. The license that is stored. You've got a manifest.json that is summarizing also some other information. We can go into more details later on. The PO folder is for your translations. You've got the QML folder where you will find your QML file. For example, currently it includes only the main.qml file, which is basically the whole app. Some readmes that you can update for GitLab, for example. You've got your AppArmor file that allows you to set the rights that your application has access to. So you can ask, for example, for the camera, for sound, for internet access, or to access to some video or picture files. And the desktop.in. The desktop.in is the file that serve as a shortcut to launch your app. Then to run the app, you will just type clickable. But I had my own sauce because I liked it this way. I set up an SSH key to log easily onto my phone from my computer. Obviously, the IP address is fake. But you can use some extensions like --sh with the IP address, and it will run the clickable command, but directly with your phone. Because if you want the basic stuff, you have to plug your phone via USB to your device, and I don't like to be tethered by cables. So for me, it's more easy to just use the SSH. So if I run the clickable SSH command, then it will build your application and then run it, install it on your phone, and run it. Then, so you will have the picture on the right, which is a screenshot of the first app. And if you run then on your laptop or desktop, if you run the clickable logs command, you will have access to the log, and it's like a tail minus F. So you will have the logs that will scroll. So for easy debug, that's really interesting to have this. So you can just print debug comments, so you know in which step you are and what are the different parameters at some point. So at this point, we are all done. We have a simple app that is running, that is QML. I will just thank you. And now I will go a bit freestyle because I don't know where you come from. If you need to have more explanation on how to code with QML or about how Lomiri UI toolkit works, we can explore that together. And I can show you a few things. So I will stop the presentation here and try to share something else. So let me try that. We have, for example, to help developers, we have several applications that are available for you. And one is really interesting. Let me try this. Yeah. So yeah, you probably you should see my screen. So this is the open store, which is a store that we use to install applications on Ubuntu Touch. And you have the Lomiri UI Toolkit Gallery, which is an application developed by the foundation in order to showcase what graphical tools, toolkits is available for you as a developer. Yeah, let's see what it is. I have some screenshots that I've taken. Let me try to set it up. Okay. Let's share my screen. It will be easy this way, I guess. Yes. Yeah, so here on the right, you have some screenshot from the Lomiri UI Toolkit. So this is the app as it shows. And then you have a list of all the available graphical themes that you can encounter. Here are some action bars, what you can set inside. You have the bottom edge. Yes, bottom edge is an important feature of Ubuntu Touch. It allows you to swipe from the bottom edge and have some things happen. You have the list of icons that are available as NSVGs that you can import directly into your application. You have several other graphical things. So yeah, how we display lists and selectors and buttons and switches, text fields. Yeah, so we have a lot of tools available for you. And you can check that at the documentation, which I can show you right away as well. So documentation. Oh, I didn't prepare the documentation, which is bad. Let's. Okay. Where's the documentation in my? Oh, it doesn't work. Sorry about that. Maybe do we have some questions that I can take in the meantime? Okay, I found the documentation. So this is the documentation of the whole project, and we have some user guides, of course. We have also app development, documentation for app developers for the human interface guidelines. So basically, it's what was thought to deliver on the. It's more UX than human interface And we have the system software development, which is more on the operating system side, which is not my strong suit. So let's go to the app development. So you can have native apps, web applications, the reference guidelines, so the developer guide, and the API documentation. The API is really interesting because you have both the QML APIs that is available for you, and all the origamis, different Cordova for the HTML file, but I found the QML really interesting because you have, yes, a list of all the specific modules that we have, the Qt sensors that has been modified heavily to accommodate for the phone. So you have the different sensors that are available on the devices we support. If some new device will feature new sensors, then we will have to make an evolution here. GPS location, the location is something different. I don't understand really well how it works, but the Qt multimedia for playing audio and accessing the camera stuff. We use a lot of Qt Quick, which is great to build applications, or at least I use it a lot, Qt Quick, because it will be compatible with most of the things. So yeah, you have access to the documentation of everything, so you can learn how to do this. And you have the Lomiri content QML, and all the Lomiri download manager. So Morph is our browser. So here you have a lot of important documentation. Let's dig into the developer guide. You have also important information on how to share data within the UBtouch operating system. So we use the Content Hub, which is an important tool to just share. It could be contact information, it could be videos, it could be pictures. Yeah, the Content Hub basically allows you to, when you share something from an app to another, it will load this Content Hub and say, okay, if you want to import or if you want to export data, to which app do you want to do this? So what are the compatible apps with your specific type of data? So yeah, it's really great, and you have some example, like the web app creator. I don't think it's still available, this one, but source code is still available on GitLab or GitHub, and it's still working properly. Galek has been ported to Focal, so yeah, it's still available in the App Store. Yeah, so basically you have some hooks depending on the type of data that you want to share, that you can export. If you want to export data, if you want to import data, you can select the type of data you want to hook to. Then what can I show you? Yeah, the directories. One thing that can confuse some developers is working directories, because in UBtouch, as every application is confined, when you are working, you are basically in your own confined space. So every path you can access are located within your application. So your path is within your app. If you want to access something exterior to your app, then you need to go through the Content Hub. Or you can have your app unconfined, but it means that you will have a warning on the endpoint store when a user wants to install your application. They will be ones that they have to trust you because you have basically full access to the system. So that's not something that many people are paranoid about. So except if you are well known within the communities, and it can be done. But yeah, I advise to mostly try to do confined apps and try to work with the system instead of trying to develop against it and try to basically run it as sudo, because it's easier this way. We don't choose the easy path, we choose the right path, which is yeah, it's confined, and if we need some elevation of rights, then okay, I use the content hub to access some other file, and then if you need some admin rights, then it can just ask it with a sudo command that will prompt the user that okay, you need to enter now the system admin password, which they will or will not do depending on how they feel about if it's necessary or not. So yeah, the paths are important. I don't know if this has been updated with it's more recent, but I think so. I don't have everything in mind. Yeah, we had also documentation about porting apps to Focal because we needed to, between Xenial and Focal, we had a switch about using systemd or not. Well, we didn't have, and we now have systemd. So from Upstart to systemd, we needed some important modification of the applications. The first thing is just to switch from the framework in your application. So the YAML file that says, so, okay, now you need to put 2004 in it to basically be up to date. And you have to rebuild your app because it hasn't been built for support with systemd. So clickable allows you to modify that and to put the files where they should be to be compatible with systemd and to be launched appropriately in the Focal version of Ubuntu Touch. We still have many applications that are not available for Focal because developers stop maintaining those apps. But yeah, most of them are open source, so basically we can still fork them if someone needs them. So in the open source, we also have on the website. So on your laptop or your desktop, you can search for applications and see if they are available for Focal and Xenial, or only Focal or only Xenial. So might be also a challenge for you if it's one thing that you want to address. That okay, some older apps, because many users complain sometimes that okay, I miss this app that I used to work with my old phone and now it doesn't work. So yeah, that's something that we have a long to-do list to do. Yeah, basically, I think that's all I've got from the top of my head. But yeah, if you have some questions, then feel free. I can try to answer them. It was supposed to be on the chat, I guess, but I didn't see anything yet. If there are no questions, and thanks everyone for joining, because it's been a blast for me to make this talk. I wanted to make this presentation for a long time, and now I was forced to do that. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I can't hear you, Richard. You're in mute.
Thank you, Paul, for your nice presentation about Ubuntu Touch. So for now, we will go off air for 28 minutes and see you all again for our panel discussion. at 10 o'clock CET, and we are going to talk about the development of mobile operating systems which differ from Android and iOS. So, if you are available, Paul, you can come in also at 10 if you want, and Richard will share a link with you, or I will. But we'll see, right?
Paul, if you've heard us.
Oh, I hear you now. Yeah. Yeah, I will try to join, but I have a meeting. I have someone that should be around 10, so probably not available, but I will try to join if they are running late or something. Okay, thank you. Oh, oh okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Still 2 minutes to 2:30. Richard, I'm at Reva, so I'll be joining from Ashwini sir's phone only.
Fantastic. I'm just trying to see. How are you doing? So we just started off with the panel discussions for today.
Shiv sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning. How are you? Can you hear
I'm
me?
good.
Yes, you are clear.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, you are clear.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon. Hello, Richard. Hello, Dimki.
Hi, Rekha.
Hi.
Dr. Rekha, thanks for joining. Dr. Mohit,
Yeah.
thanks for joining as well. So
Sure.
we're going to go live in a
Thank
few in the next.
Sir, say hello.
Hi, sir. Sir,
Hello,
Ashwin
sir.
Kumar from Reva.
Hi.
All right. So we are live. Eric.
Yes, we are live. So thank you all for joining on our panel discussion. And what I would like to discuss with you is about the freedom connected to mobile operating systems. So thought about the phones and how we can change with education the total domination of big tech and the influence they have on our young people. So I think it's
Introduce the panel.
oh, okay. Richard's going to introduce the panel.
We have Dr. Mohit Dubey, who's joined from MIT ADT University, located in the beautiful city of Pune in India, and he is the Pro Vice Chancellor of the university. Dr. Mohit has worked with Infosys earlier to this, which is a global IT leader in cutting edge technology and consulting services. And right now he's very strongly connected with the education sector through MIT, ADT, and also connected with the other industry IT leaders across the globe. So thank you, Dr. Mohit, for joining us today.
Sure.
We also have Dr. Rekha Suganti from also MIT ADT. Dr. Rekha is a PhD in computer
Yes,
science
please.
and engineering from
Join me.
Pravati University. She's got a great background in C++ programming and has been involved in many training initiatives and programs across the country.
HOD of ADS.
Dr. Rekha also happens to be one of our strongest supporters of open source science, and she's truly sees a great potential in future in open source. Thank you, Dr. Rekha, for joining. And
Hello, good afternoon. My pleasure.
Richard, I'm going to introduce Dr. Ashwini sir and Kiran sir from Reva.
If possible, Devaki, try to put on the cameras, if it's possible.
My camera is on only.
Okay, if you can introduce.
Yes, I have Dr. Ashwini
Kumar from Reva, sir. I'm from Reva. So I'm a professor and the director for School of Computer Science and Engineering. And Dr. Kiran, head of the department for artificial intelligence and data science. Yeah, hi.
Hi, thank you for joining, sir. From
Thank
so the team from Reva has joined from Bangalore. Which
yes, sir.
is also a fantastic campus and a lot of initiatives in terms of engineering and the innovations that's happening out of the campus there in Reva.
sir, can we just come here so that all three of us
Dr.
can be
Sanjay
visible?
could not join today due to some situations, but he's thank you all for joining from Reva. Yes, Eric.
So, and when we look at the development of mobile operating systems, we see that the world is dominated by Google with Android as an operating system, and we see of course, also a lot of iOS. What is your take on the influence of these operating systems on our freedom, and then especially for our young students who are still learning and who are trying to build up their careers and develop themselves? Do you see any threat in the control that those big companies have on this?
Dr. Mohit?
Sure. No, thanks, Eric, for joining and having us. Thank you for hosting this, and a very a critical and a pivotal question at this juncture, when you have at one side the American companies dominating the technology with a lot of proprietary software, and they're being challenged with some of the Chinese software in terms of DeepSeek and some of those others. I think the debate has really, heated up with regards to where the world should be as far as technologies are concerned, whether they should be dominated by the proprietary sense of things, or whether they should be dominated by the Chinese stuff, which is pretty much the communal side of things, where if you ask a question with regards to Chinese politics, it says I don't know about it, right? And there is another set of observation where India plays a role, where we are saying that the platforms, the foundational models, as we call them, the DPIs, the digital public infrastructure, like Aadhaar, which is the identification stack, or it's the payment stack of UPI, Unified Payment Interface, which is necessarily the open source. So the world has to democratize the technology when we look at these stacks where the subsequent set of technologies would be built. So I think it's all the more important for all of us now to look at the open source as the go-to technology, where the kids and the faculty and the all sorts of developer community should look at the foundational building blocks that are available, free of cost, and then build their set of layers, their set of applications, which can be customized, not just to speed up the development part, but also the relevance of those solutions that would be built with this methodology would be very, very specific, with less of bias, with less of generic data being fed into the systems, and so on and so forth. So I think it's not even a question of if, it's only a question of when we want to move from these proprietary sort of technologies to the open source going forward. So in my view, the sooner we do that, I think the better is for the world, for utilizing these technologies for the public good, as I try to say.
I totally agree with you, and we saw already, of course, the last 10, 15 years, a big movement. First, of course, on the server market, with now a huge dominance of Linux in all data centers. We are seeing now slowly the change on the company business application level, where companies like the Odoo community is growing very fast. We see Nextcloud, and we are expecting very soon one of the founders of Nextcloud who's coming to our studio. We see that Nextcloud takes on storm, especially the government market in Germany, where they have exclusive contracts to replace Office 365, to replace Microsoft Teams, to replace SharePoint with full open source solutions, and that's moving onwards. But in my opinion,
and Eric, it's not just the layer of application. I know you mentioned about the application, but if I look at the entire stack, it's the hardware layer of the GPU or the CPUs. How do you democratize that piece of it, right? And we saw
that's an interesting discussion. The hardware is staying behind. In all honesty, there are companies working on it. Yesterday we had a guest from NitroKey, which is a hardware company. We know we have contacts with some hardware companies in India who try to develop new hardware. Um, yeah, it's unfortunately that the hardware market is still dominated by Chinese companies, um, which of course is also a problem. And
No, and I think from Indian government of India's perspective, if you look at we're just starting as far as hardware is considered, considered the entire chip stack is being built out as we speak right now,
yeah,
right?
for sure.
So that whole hardware piece, once it gets into the open source mindset, so that's the hardware piece. Then you add the layer of the compute or the cloud side of things. Both of these stacks need to be built in a hardware environment, right? And then the third layer of the application would start sitting on top of these foundational models, coupled with the hardware prowess, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the entire stack of technologies, it's not just the application layer that we may start with the open source in the application layer, but you have to go deeper into all the other layers of building this whole entire value chain as open source to go
Yeah,
for.
for sure, it's happening also on the hardware part, because every time I fly to India, there are always engineers of ASML in the plane who are helping India to set up their chip market. So for sure,
Yeah,
that's
the
happening.
challenge with India is this. I mean, because we are so resource constrained, so we only think that it has to be open source so that more and more participation can come in. We want to extract more and more participation from these developers. The set of developers that you're talking to, or you meet them around. And the solution needs to be built as a population scale, right? So it cannot be for very few people, right? The technology cannot be accessed by just limited people. So these two elements, when you couple them up, the scale as well as the participation of the general public, that creates a very unique proposition for making it open source.
Yeah, so
We
for
don't have a
sure,
choice really.
and all the universities who jump on the bandwagon and start with us to train students in open source technologies are helping generating the next generation of engineers who will be very much needed, because the world is indeed changing.
Yeah.
So, what's your take on this, Richard?
I have to agree because there has been a huge shift from what was perceived as closed hardware, and now the concept of open hardware is bringing up. IITs are leading the show, if you know Dr. Dubin and Dr. Rekha, that they have started the concept of open hardware. We visited in Trivandrum, we visited a place called Center for Open Source Science in Trivandrum, and they are building a lot of hardware, including drones on the open hardware stack, so, controlled by Linux and other Raspberry Pi and other open source systems. So there has been a huge traction there as well. Dr. Rekha, what, in your opinion, some of the students have started to participate in one of our Ubuntu Touch timesheet apps. Can you give me their experience and how you felt about the journey that these students had from MIT?
Well, I think like the mindset shift that you've been mentioning, I have been seeing that in students the last couple of years, and I think they're having a very great time. The exposure is wonderful. And students are very eager to learn about open source software options and tools which they can utilize for solving the problems, the academic projects, or the tasks that they have to finish. And usually, students look for open source solutions, libraries, so that they can start trying out, solving the problem and checking it out, how it's working. But I think we need to have more of awareness programs among these students so that they can use this platform to the fullest. They can have more options that they can, look for. Maybe they'll have, they would get an opportunity to do some research on what are the different opportunities, what are the different options, what works best for the problem that they need to solve. But otherwise, students are very open. We have been interacting with students from the time that we've started this initiative with you, and students are coming up, by choice. They want to delve deeper and learn more about how the entire licensing system works. What are the constraints? What are the flexibilities that they can implement whenever they're solving or doing a project? But at the same time, students also have a debate on how can they commercialize the solutions that they create if they use the open source platform. And therefore, I feel starting with awareness among students, bringing out all of the platter in front of them, and then talking about how the licensing works, what are the rules and regulations on reusability will help a lot to foster this platform for better use.
Yeah, so yeah, especially the commercialization is an interesting subject. We also have some courses in this where we cover that. But especially when you are combining hardware with software together, then commercialization becomes more easy. Because when you're selling a product which is physically available, it's of course easier to make a living out of that. But
Yes.
also, when you look at the possibility to make money as a developer, there are a couple of options, of course. And when you look at companies like Nextcloud, you can download all their software without paying any money for it. But still, if you are a big company and you want their expertise and their knowledge in running that software, that's where the service model comes around the corner, and they offer that. So that also for students who want to start an open source company, if they can work out a model where they give service to their customers, still the software can be open source and freely available, but they will be paid for the service that they deliver. So yesterday we had a lecture from Raoul Kramer from Beta Break, with whom we are starting now a project to create, he called it a crowd bounty project. So basically we want to set up a network of websites where open source developers can find small, maybe also bigger software development jobs, and they can make an agreement about the payments they will receive for doing their contribution to the open source project. So it's very early, we only started a week ago, but we will start integrating that into multiple platforms.
I have a question for the REVA team. Dr. Ashwini,
Yes, sir.
Could you contribute with your opinion on this?
Sorry, sir.
Can you repeat?
I said, could you contribute with your opinion on this the open source?
Yes, sir.
hardware? Yeah. And I believe that REVA has been doing some innovation on hardware.
Yes, sir. Already we are totally into the open source systems now. We are not using any legal softwares. Totally open source. We are using it for the students.
A separate club is there.
Club, and even we have the separate open source club for the students, which we call it a forum of open source club.
So what kind of programs are you running there for from a learning perspective?
So learning perspective in the sense, especially we have computer science and engineering, what we call artificial intelligence and data science and IoT. And with respect to what we call the database management system, we are using the open source, and even for all the cloud computing, we are using the open source platforms. We are not using any legal softwares. As to only license softwares, we are not using it. Even only one what we are using is that Microsoft, we have the what we call a login credentials for the students. For that we are using it. Outlook we are using it. Rest of the things which we are using it for the lab purpose, all are open source. So we are into total. That was the major concern in the accreditation part of the system. So last 2022, we had an accreditation program in MBA in our school. So there the concern was we are using 99% of the software license softwares you are not using. All the softwares you are using from the open source. They had questioned us. So
you can see the push for open source has actually started, and it's really going
Yes.
well. And many universities that we visited, their systems are either in open source or students are
I'm
maintaining.
getting a bit afraid that continents like India and Africa will overtake Europe in the run for open source, but that's of course a
That's
joke.
nice.
It would be good. The more open source we use, the better it is for the world. Yeah.
Yeah. And
how do
Eric
you-
and Richard, Kiran also run, I mean, he is the HOD for artificial intelligence and data science in REVA. So he also needs to give his, thoughts.
Yeah. Apart from that, also from last 9 to 10 years, I'm coordinating with the students with respect to the hackathons. I'm also insisting the students to whatever the projects, prototypes, and unique solutions, what they are building it up based on the problem statements from the other institutions or industry. So we are insisting to go ahead with the open source models, and with the help of now artificial intelligence and using prompts, the students are able to build the open source solutions. And last year we got around from our within our school and the entire university, we reached around 80 plus students winning the hackathon, and around 32 odd teams across national level, with the means with very reputed universities in North India and across other NITs, and in within Bangalore and Karnataka, which are the reputed universities. It's all different teams. It's not only one or two particular teams going and winning it. So we had all 32 teams with the students are having all different category, with first year till final year students with CSC and as well as artificial intelligence and IoT domains. So there, whatever the prototypes they develop, at least one or two parameters will be the open source connected. So all the programming will be done using Ubuntu or Red Hat. Most of I think in the labs also we have got open source. So OS has been installed, and accordingly the training will be given as part of placement and training, and as well as with the skill development program for the students who can able to get the academic experience, and as well as they can take it forward in the participating in hackathons and so winning it. So that's what our main goal, to get the interest in students, and later they can become a successful entrepreneur, and they can go ahead with kind of providing the job rather than seeking the job.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a great one. Yeah.
Let's move again over to Dr. Mohit. What's your take on the influence and the development of AI for our educations?
Well, two things before I dive into that question specifically. I just want to weigh in on the commercialization part of it, the earlier question that was being discussed. I think what we have seen as the foundational building blocks would be made open source, and they would still be free, and that they would be subsidized by the the philanthropic capital or the CSR money or some organizations. But it's the customization and the usage of that as a service that would be paid. So for example, in the physical world, just to draw the parallels, it's if it's the public infrastructure like water, bricks, sand, those are the things which constitute like the foundational blocks. But when you put together and create, let's say, hospital, so customers who are using the hospital services will have to pay. They will not have to pay for the brick and the mortar and the water and sand and all of that. So similarly, when we look at the parallel in the open source as far as digital public infrastructure is concerned. So for example, if I'm building an identification layer, let's say in this case Aadhaar, for example, or a payment layer based on UPI, so people will not be paying for these fundamental building blocks. But when they convert this into something as a service that would be utilized by people, whether it's through learning, whether it's through healthcare, whether it's through agriculture and so on and so finance, accessing the credit, I think that is where the monetization would kick in. So that's the piece on the monetization of the open source, of how it may evolve based on what we have seen so far. Having said that, it's still very difficult. I mean, it's not easier when we look at how do you still monetize that, because you're talking about at scale, right? So these would be deployed at scale, and then if you want to deploy this at scale, you have to reduce the cost so that the accessibility justifies the commercialization aspect of it. But to your pointed question about the AI in education, right? So I think we need to break it down into the layers of learning, right? If you look at the functions of learning overall, whether it's the onboarding of the student, right? How do you make sure that the cost of onboarding a student for all these universities go down very significantly? Right now, all the private universities in the country, I mean, they have to depend upon the old traditional method of rolling out their ads in, newspapers, which are very expensive, hosting these campaigns, do these outreach and collaboration and all of that piece, right? So if we are able to bake in these technology, where the kids who are already in high school right now, can they get a sense of which course I can look at, what kind of a university? So how do we enable the onboarding of these students into this university system by making sure that it doesn't become an exclusive kind of a system? Because right now it is more of an exclusive, that every institution has to go through a same sort of entrance test, and then the entrance test rejects most of them, and the remainders are kind of allotted the seats through the counseling. So I think we need to move from exclusive approach of giving the education to an inclusive approach of education, where we need to see, can a student pick and choose the institution of his choice based on the fitment of his profile, so that it becomes a natural progression from a high school to that particular institution, because he knows that if I'm getting into this institution, this is the one that matches my profile or my interest. So that's on the onboarding part of it, right? Once the student is onboarded, then you talk about the teaching learning processes part of it, right? How do you make it more personalized, in a sense that there are open electives, that there are formats? So the idea is that can we remove the learning part from two things, right? One is, can we remove the learning of a student from time-bound activities? Like every student right now in Indian education system is bound towards 15 hours of credit, right? So if I'm a slow learner, right, I may take 20 hours, but I will fail if the exam is conducted after 15 hours. I may excel if an exam is taken at 7 hours, after 7 hours, I can still excel because I'm a fast learner. There is no provision of such nature right now.
Flexible system we have to bring in.
SAFS system.
Flexible system we have to bring in, sir.
So I'm saying, how do you use technology to bring that in, right? I think that is the question that is right now being asked, of how do you enable some of these functions when you look at the life cycle of a student from end to end, when he enters the education system and when he becomes an alumni. What are these pieces of engagements which can be faster, better, cheaper kind of a thing by using these technologies for both the student and the institution? And the same goes through with the faculty also as well, right? So if I am a faculty today, right, I'm primarily being engaged into a function of transferring the knowledge or transferring the information, which is what I call teaching, which essentially would change if I give the access to these students of these technologies, right? So I don't have to tell them that this is my question, this is the answer, because they already know what is the question and what is the answer, right? So then what is my role if I become a teacher equipped with these technologies, where the same technologies are being used by the students as well? I think there's a lot of thought process that needs to go in, and you throw in the complication of this new education policy. I think there's no easy answer, and the leadership of individual institutions have to sit through and look at what works best for them, and accordingly chart their own strategic plan for next 5 years or 10 years, kind of a thing, including the technology roadmap. Because some might do online university, some might like to do hybrid learning, in pieces. The 40% credits now can be taken up in an online fashion. So a student may not be, while the student might be enrolled into my university, they have a choice of not attending 40% of their courses from my university. So how do you address that using these technologies? So I think there are multiple areas that each university leadership has to think through, and then devise this roadmap for next 5-7 years, including the technology.
Connected to this, regarding the pace of development, younger people, students get, I think, sooner come into contact with this kind of new technologies. How can we help assist the professors keeping up in pace to also learn and use these new kind of technologies? And I understand for a computer science department this won't be a problem, but how do we help other professors who might teach English or might teach history? How do we help them to bridge the gap into this new technology? Because I can imagine if I would be a history professor and all my students would use all kind of AI technologies to publish papers, maybe I won't even know what they are doing and how they are doing it. How can we help those other professors?
Reva, from there was a question to Reva.
Yeah. Actually, the line was not very clear, Richard. We couldn't.
Do I have to repeat?
Yeah, repeat the
So
question.
basically,
Yes, please.
yeah, I was saying life moves fast, right? And for young people, they come earlier into contact with new technologies than older people, often. And I understand that generative AI isn't a problem for computer science professors or for.
Yeah.
But how do we help professors who, for example, are teaching history or English? They don't have often the knowledge of new systems like AI that we have. But how do we help them? Because that is also an issue, I think.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it's a good question. With respect to that, last year AICT has All India Council of Technical Education from India. So they have come up with an initiative with the year 25 is called as Year of AI. So with that, so they wanted AI to be integrated or kind of an awareness to all the institutions and universities that comes under AICT. So with that initiative, actually so next Monday onwards, we are from Reva University. So we are come up with a concept of AI Fest entire week. And already this week, we have already started with the trainer program. Especially from School of CSC, the trainers have taught for the selected faculty and the students with respect to GenAI, prompt engineering and data analysis using Colab, some basic introductory domain knowledge. So based on that, now for the entire schools and departments, engineering and non-engineering departments. So again, so they'll be giving the training to entire remaining faculty and the students. So we wanted around 16,000 plus students and more than 700 odd faculty and staff has to be trained in at least basic level of GenAI, prompt and data analysis using Colab along with ChatGPT or Gemini. And also next week we are going with a lot of interesting events again with the concept of AI. And also we are launching AI student chapter similar to the IEEE student chapters specific to AI.
Yeah.
And also we are focusing on AI, domain wise AI. That's what we call it as X plus AI. So X can be aerospace or agriculture or performing arts, or it can be legal studies along with integration of AI. So interdisciplinary research center of excellence have been planned, and so wherever all the domains across the university, So some of the other portion, like percentage of AI, will be integrated. So by 2025. So that's the entire initiative we are bringing with a name called AI First University under the leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Sanjay Chitnis, sir. So that's what. So we are begin the year with AI with the concept of AI First University.
Thank you. I think that we should end the panel discussion for now, and I would like to thank all guests for their participation, and I will announce now that at 11 o'clock there will be the next masterclass. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon again and evening, because it's already getting slowly a bit later in India. We are still in our morning and time flies. Thank you. And
thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Hope to see you soon while we will be traveling to India again. Thank you.
Sure. Look forward. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.
So, hello everybody. We are ready for our next masterclass. Our guest is Divya Mohan from SUSE, and she is going to speak to you about Kubernetes right from out of her workplace in Mumbai. So, let's head over to Divya.
Divya, just wait for a moment. You need to restart. Yeah, you're online.
All right. So thank you so much, Eric, for that introduction. And hello, everyone. I am Divya Mohan, and I'm just going to start my screen sharing so that there's no lag here. Um, um, Hopefully, you're able to see my screen right now with my photo and the rest of the stuff. Please, can someone confirm if that's okay? All right. So as Eric mentioned, I do work with SUSE, which is one of the Linux companies alongside Red Hat. We both work in the open source ecosystem, and in at SUSE, I'm a principal technology advocate, which means that I help build the technical community around SUSE's projects, whether they be in the cloud native or the Kubernetes space, or in the edge domain, or even in the Linux space. But contextual to today's presentation or session, I think it's important to mention that I'm one of the maintainers of the Kubernetes project, and one of the community co-chairs for the WebAssembly ecosystem under the Bytecode Alliance, as well as the lead for the Chaos project, the Asia chapter of the Chaos project, which deals with building community health and community health metrics around open source projects. So in the internet, rather on the internet, you can find me on LinkedIn and on Blue Sky. And I'm also fairly active on my blog as well. I've not updated it in a while this year, but I am fairly active on my blog. So these are good places to reach out to me. But as Eric mentioned, today we're talking about mastering Kubernetes fundamentals for your cloud native success. Now, um, I understand that a lot of y'all might not have heard of Kubernetes or even the term cloud native. And even if you have, it's great. We are going to have a refresher of sorts. And we're going to do that in a very accessible context. And we're going to do that with the help of the example of a very average programmer, just like you, me, or anyone else watching the stream. For the sake of the session, I'm going to call him Joe, and Joe is going to be your developer or a coder working in a company known as Lorem Company. Now, his company, as a matter of fact, has asked him to develop a web application, and use that and his company basically wants to use that application to sort of record member thoughts about their company. So basically sort of like a guest book web application. And Joe has been given all the freedom of choice in the kind of language he should be using, the kind of platform he should be deploying it on, the technology, the framework. Joe and his team have complete autonomy in that. But that autonomy also brings a sort of confusion, and it brings a lot of choices that need to be made, because imagine uh, thinking about so many things. What language do I write the application in? What front end framework do I use? Where do I deploy it? What platform should it be servicing? So there are so many questions, and I'm sure, I don't even need to tell everyone here the frustrations of slowly loading web pages. Everyone's familiar with that. So obviously, when the actual application does go live and people in question are able to access the website, um, if it is not up and running in a proper manner, or if it's not able to have adequate amount of resources and adequate amount of memory or whatever assigned to it, it will not serve the users that it's supposed to serve. Um, but what has all of this got to do with Kubernetes? And why am I talking about all of this? It's because Kubernetes actually does help in automating a lot of these things that I just spoke about, whether it is actually installing the application or whether it is scaling the application based on your user demand or based on any other parameter, and also management of the application itself. So I know that all of you can see a red word here, which is containerized. And all of y'all really must be thinking, why? What is this containerized thing? So containerization is a sort of an abstraction. Now, abstraction in its very fundamental definition is the process of removing any unnecessary details from something so that you can actually focus on what's essential. Now, why does containerization pertain to abstraction, and why is it considered as a form of abstraction is what we're going to understand in the next couple of minutes. So let's do that with the help of our buddy Joe again. Now, we spoke about all the myriad choices that he had. He had to choose the language, the platform, the technology, the framework, etc., etc., etc. But I'm not sure about how many of us here have actually seen a server rack at a data center. Very few of us have actually worked with server racks and actually physically seen a server rack in operation. Most of us don't even know that such things exist because of the use of things like cloud and cloud native. We've heard of these terms, but we've not really seen data center server racks in operation. And why is that the case? Because it has been carefully abstracted away for us. So when you think about servers and server racks, you don't actually think of them as somebody actually operating them in some remote part of the world. But they do require operation. They do require costs to maintain them. And honestly speaking, not a lot of us know how to work with them. I'm sure not a lot of us know assembly level program. And uh, and that is precisely because we as a collective within not just the open source space but the IT ecosystem have developed layers and layers of abstraction to hide away all of these unnecessary details and have developers focus on what they do best, which is writing code. So the very first layer of abstraction that we came up with so that we don't have to interact with servers directly is that of the operating system. And the operating system, as you all probably know and already work with, there's tons of them out there, different flavors, and basically it's like an interface that allows you to communicate with with your computer or your laptop or the server in question, and have it understand what you are telling it and do the necessary things and give you an output. But imagine if we were to deploy or use one particular server or laptop or computer only for one application. You're assigned a particular amount of memory and CPU, and beyond that, you don't get anything. And imagine the number of computers it would take, given the number of apps that we have today, both mobile and all your desktop apps, everything taken into consideration. Imagine the number of servers that we would need today. I'm pretty sure, given that context, we would be thinking of how do we use resources within existing computers, servers, laptops better, and how we sort of like um, avoid the wastage. So that is where the concept of virtualization, which is another layer of abstraction, comes in. We've introduced the concept of virtual machines through the use of a hypervisor, and so far so good, because we have like the entire machine being utilized, and each of the virtual machines being separate from one another. So you are able to get an efficient utilization of the resources. You're able to ensure that one virtual machine does not talk to another virtual machine and sneak into its data or whatever. And that being said, Joe also is very happy in this case. So he's like, "Yay, virtual machines, great." But say at some point in time, some team within the company, other team within the company wants to take Joe's application and customize it, or it's not for external use, it's for internal use. So there are several parameters that you need to change, and they want to basically customize it. Now they are looking at a totally different sort of framework and technology, and packaging and everything that comes with Joe is not that Joe has done is not compatible with the one that the other team is looking at. So there's obviously a distribution and a supply chain problem here, which is why containers were introduced. Not these are shipping containers, by the way. If you'll have seen shipping containers, and you must wonder why are there these colorful looking containers on top of a ship. They were introduced by Malcolm McLean. I don't remember the date, but I'm thinking it's probably in the 1800s. But they were introduced because Malcolm noticed that um, in transiting goods and materials from one place to another, the amount of space that was being used on a ship or whatever other transportation mechanism, it was not being used very efficiently. That was because, as everybody here knows, goods and any sort of items that are man-made or even natural, they occupy different amounts of space. And given that if we try to push all of them in a limited amount of space, they're not really going to fit the same way. So to standardize the way containers were introduced, and to standardize the way these things were shipped. And these containers are the reasons that you have things like Amazon Prime delivery and one day or less than one day delivery available today, because these are what make these are what um, these are the reason basically behind making the supply chain as efficient as it is today. So similar to that, in technology also we have the concept of a container. Now, this is a very high level overview of what a container looks like, and given how the same thing was achieved in given how the standardization and efficiency was achieved in the shipping industry and the transportation industry, we to some extent achieved this with containerization in the recent I think 15 20 years. But again, why are we talking about Kubernetes? We've still not started as to why we're wondering where does Kubernetes fit in, and why is only Kubernetes being talked about? Because surely managing containers is not that much of a task if it's just maybe 10 or 15. But at scale, um, aren't there other tools that can manage them? And weren't there predecessors to Kubernetes that could manage them? Yes, there were and there are. The reason why Kubernetes sort of broke out as a phenomenon was because of its extensive and impressive capabilities to ensure the seamless orchestration of the containers in the seamless orchestration of containers basically. So how does it achieve this? And we're going to look at all of the basic concepts in different rounds. So first round, we're going to look at a concept called as node. Now, a lot of you must already know this, but a node is basically just a machine. It could be a actual physical machine like a laptop or a server, but it could also be a virtual one, because as we saw before, there are virtual machines in existence. And having worked extensively with virtual machines myself, and having all Kubernetes installations atop virtual machines in my previous job, I can confirm that both virtual and physical machines qualify as nodes. And according to the physical, not according to the physical, according to the Kubernetes documentation, this is an actual depiction of a node. Don't go by the drawing. This is kind of what a node comprises of, and here we can see that it contains of a containerized app. But there's a bubble around that containerized app, and it is called as a pod. So does that mean there is something else known as a pod? And yes, there is. That's the second concept that we are talking about today. Pods are basically very similar to how you would assume green peas in one single pod, or you would think about whales in a pod. Now, I didn't have a better photo of whales here, so I'm sorry. But when you think about green peas, a bunch of green peas in a single pod, or about a bunch of whales in a pod, you are thinking of a bunch of disparate units grouped together, right? In a similar way, even in Kubernetes, a pod basically groups together containers. But there is a caveat here. Per the best practices laid down by the Kubernetes project, although a pod can contain more than one container, it ideally shouldn't. And the stray case where it should is when the multiple containers are actually sharing some sort of resource like disk. And with the help of an example, that is our buddy Joe, I'm going to try to actually explain this to you. So assume that Joe has written his web application, yeah, and he has sort of containerized it, and it runs brilliantly on Kubernetes. We fast forwarded to the point where there's a problem, and we don't know where the problem lies. So what do we turn to? Logs. So logs or any sort of traces that we have are the first thing we look for when there's a problem. But unfortunately, Joe did not have a company logging included in his code, which means there are no application level logs. However, had he chosen to actually include the logging, that could have sort of been a sidecar container taking in all the application statistics and passing it to a central logging system where they could be analyzed, and potentially this problem could have been flagged earlier on before it became an actual problem. So there are very stray use cases where actual grouping of containers is recommended in a pod, but in general, the best practice for a pod is to have one container per pod. Now, again, like I said, um, Joe has done his deployment, and he kind of figured out without the logs that the amount of requests that were coming to the application server or the web server were the problem. So that means that there were lesser number of application. There were more number of requests coming in from user than the web server or the application server could handle. So what do we do in such a case? We scale. We sort of ensure that a number of copies are available to serve those application users so that they can actually access the application. But how do we do that in Kubernetes? And that's through deployments. This is our third concept for the day. And in um the word deployment itself, it comes from the French word deployer, which means to unfurl, spread out, deploy, or make copies of, in very simple terms. And that's what Joe is aiming to do, right? Make copies of his application so that those copies can actually serve requests. And according to the Kubernetes documentation, a deployment actually manages a set of pods to run an application workload. And it ensures that the state specified by Joe, say that, Joe has specified at any given point of time, two copies of the application need to be up. That actual state is maintained at any given point in time. And it does so through the help of deployment controller, and it does it with the help of another feedback loop that's known as the replication controller. And it's um, it's something we will see in the demo section later on. But again, um, imagine if some other team is also working on a completely different application within Joe's organization only, and you would assume that they would have to create a new cluster or a new Kubernetes node. Yeah, not necessarily. You would want to ensure optimum utilization of the resources that you have at hand, instead of like just wasting money on newer resources every single time. That is where the concept of namespace in Kubernetes comes in. So namespace in Kubernetes provides a mechanism for isolating groups of resources within a single cluster. So this is per the Kubernetes documentation again, and this is very similar to something we heard just a couple of moments back. The isolation provided by virtual machines. Yeah, when we were talking about different virtual machines, sort of giving different, different sort of um, uh, isolation, not different sort of isolation, giving that isolation so that one app deployed in one virtual machine cannot really listen or understand what it is, what another app within another virtual machine is doing. That's the kind of thing that is talked about when we are talking about namespaces. So, in effect, if we use namespaces, or if Joe's company uses namespaces, they can have different teams using the same cluster and using it more efficiently, so that they can actually sort of, you know, avoid resource wastage and also save up on costs. And when we talk about namespaces, it's not like Kubernetes cluster itself does not come with a set of initial namespaces. So on creation of a Kubernetes cluster, you will have these four namespaces by default. I know there is one namespace here that is named default as well, but these four are available by default on creation of any Kubernetes cluster and any flavor of Kubernetes cluster, whether it's K3s, vanilla Kubernetes, K0s, whatever. These four namespaces are there no matter what. And they have different functions, and the reason why they're named the specific way is also because of the functions associated with them. You can read through the slide right now, but what I'm going to focus on is this specific namespace, which is kube node lease. And why I'm specifying this or highlighting this specific namespace is because it talks about node failure and heartbeats. So, who in the Kubernetes world decides what makes a node a failure? We haven't seen anything yet that is responsible for marking the node as a failure. Is it God? Is it someone else? Do we contact Amazon or whoever is responsible for your Kubernetes clusters on the cloud to understand if the node is a failure? No. So Kubernetes has a fourth concept, fundamental concept known as control plane. It's kind of like the brain of the entire uh, Kubernetes installation. And again, borrowing from the Kubernetes documentation, you can see what the typical Kubernetes cluster looks like. It has multiple nodes. It has a control plane on the left. Now, control plane, there are multiple components here, and we're going to go sort of one by one, because all of it is very much to take in at the very first instance. So first up, we see the controller manager, and we spoke about controllers a while back. We spoke about deployment controllers and replication controllers, right? These are feedback loops that are there within the Kubernetes cluster that sort of ensure that a state is regulated. In Joe's case, it was to maintain two copies of his application up and running at any given point of time. So That is one example of how a controller functioning within the Kubernetes um, cluster. But you can also see when we're looking at the controller manager, there's an API box talking to that controller manager. Why is that the case? That's because the API server or Cube API server is that component within the control plane that actually takes in the user request to change or create new configuration and conveys it to the rest of the components within the control plane. Now, it's kind of like an interface between the outside world and the control plane. So, when we think about changing or updating or even creating, that configuration needs to be stored somewhere. Where is that done? And that's where the persistent store comes in, which is HCD. It's a project within the CNCF ecosystem. It's also now taken inside the Kubernetes project because it's so crucial to storing cluster information, configs, secrets, etc. So HCD is where all of that information gets stored at within your Kubernetes cluster. And last but not the least, that's the scheduler. Now, scheduler is basically true to its name. It's responsible for scheduling your application on the various nodes. Now, you might not need every node taking in your application or serving your application, right? Or you might want a very specific node within your cluster serving your application based on some resource requirements or some user preferences. The scheduler is the one that does that after receiving a directive from the Cube API server. So I know I've talked a lot here, and it's probably boring to listen to a person who's been going on for so long. So I'm going to actually dive into a demo. Now we're going to just inspect stuff because I have never trusted live demos to work. So if you do want to follow along on the demo, you can download by scanning this QR code. Firstly, the software that I'm using is Rancher Desktop, which is from SUSE. It's the company that I work with. It's free. It's open source, so no charges there. In fact, we welcome people to come and suggest improvements or contribute code to the project itself. So you can download the Rancher Desktop software. It comes packaged with a Kubernetes cluster, so you don't have to create a new one. And it's also packed with all the other nifty utilities like Helm, kubectl, etc., so that you can actually start you can start going at the speed of 100 once you actually download it. So that's the first thing. But again, I'm going to borrow an example from the Kubernetes documentation. You can scan the QR code that's right now on your screen to lead to that example because the example is that of the guestbook, which Joe was supposed to deploy. And it actually, I have it deployed on my laptop right now on the K3s cluster on Rancher Desktop in my laptop right now. And we're going to see, how the guestbook application looks like. But we're also going to run through some of the concepts. So if you want the step-by-step method of how to do that, that's available here. It includes all the container images, etc., and references to more concepts that we could not cover in this. So I'm going to switch screens for a bit and ask for confirmation from one of y'all if y'all can see my uh, sorry, you can see my terminal. Is it visible? I cannot hear or see any one of y'all. So if y'all could be a little audible, it would be great. Richard, Eric, are any one of you around that you can confirm? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So I'm just gonna execute the kubectl command, which is the way you interact with a Kubernetes cluster. Yeah. So if you see here, These are the things that I've deployed earlier this morning. And you can see pods, you can see the deployments, you can see replica sets, you can see services. So what I have done is essentially deployed a multi-tier web application, just as we were talking about Joe. We I deployed this on my laptop and got it work. So I basically I'm gonna walk you through what it looks like when you want to see more things on the more things or dig deeper into each of these aspects. So Rancher Desktop has this nifty button called as the cluster dashboard. Now I'm scoping it to only user namespaces because I want to just check my applications right now. So there's obviously one node because we don't have multiple nodes. It's just my laptop here. So we have one node, and the Rancher Desktop is deployed on this. But even within the Rancher Desktop, there is the Lima virtual machine that basically hosts my Kubernetes or K3s cluster. Now, there are a bunch of pods that I deployed, which you saw already. You can see the names of each of these pods. You can also see the image that was kind of used for getting these pods to go up and running. So these are the things that I was talking about. Like these are those standardized, packaged ways of transmitting information, so that you don't have to have different teams talking in different languages. You can use the same format to have to package the code that you're writing and make it available to different teams and ensure that they are able to use your code as well. Now if you click on one of these, you will see the container that was created. And as I mentioned before, it's obviously always recommended that you have one container per pod, unless you know we need things like logging or something else. And if you want to see the config of this, that is also possible. You can check a lot of stuff here. But enough about this. And what is so new about all of this? Are there any other things that you can show us? Which is, yeah, I do. So one of the things that I did want to show y'all is the namespaces bit. So if you see, like I mentioned a couple of minutes back, we do have four namespaces, and I've not bothered creating a new one because just very lazy. So you have four namespaces here, and in each namespace you can actually check what are the pods there. So if for example, sorry, not this. Get pods and default. You'll get the ones here. So all of these pods are deployed in the default namespace. What about the cube system? Are there any there? So we can just like go here and see if there are any pods in this one. So pods are not the only things that can be within a namespace. You can have services, you can have deployments, you can have replica sets, etc. So if you see here, again, there are several pods that are running, but there are also several that are completed. So this namespace also does have something worth of value. Now, next up, one of the other things that I did want to show you is if the same thing was actually visible on Rancher Desktop. Maybe people are not really comfortable using command line. Are you actually looking at some more of like a how can I use a GUI or a user interface to view this? Of course, you can do that. So if you look here, all the pods that we saw recently, like the cube system namespace, all of them are grouped here as well, with their respective statuses, whether it's completed, whether it's running, all of that. And even the cluster information and stuff like daemon sets and jobs and deployments, for what it's worth, because all of the uh, All of these, the things that are deployments, are essentially uh, not packaged with a Kubernetes cluster. They are add-ons, so you have to actually deploy them. So this is something that we've deployed. These are the user ones that I have deployed as part of the application, and these are the ones that are part of the Kubernetes cluster as part of Rancher Desktop. So as you can see, Rancher Desktop sort of gives you that clear view of what's there within a particular cluster. There's a bunch of other stuff to explore as well. Like you have the services bit, you have storage, bunch of stuff. I'll not go too deep into it in the interest of not confusing you all. But other couple of things that I'd like to show you is the container images that are there currently. Right. Again, with just a click of a button, you have the container images that have been used on the cluster, just on the main page. And the containers that are there within the Kubernetes namespace, you can just have a look at them from the main view itself. You don't need to go into the cluster dashboard. And in case nothing works, like you deploy something and something breaks, it happens also often, right? When you actually deploy something, it doesn't work at the first go. So you have things like resetting Kubernetes by deleting all workloads and configuration. And if you have, you know, uh, how do I say it nicely? If you have ruined things beyond measure, you can just factory reset all of Rancher Desktop's configurations by doing this. And Rancher Desktop on the next launch will start fresh and new for you to sort of restart your development on. So this is a bit about Ranch Desktop, but I'm more interested in showing you how the guestbook bit works. So I'm gonna go to the port forward bit. I'm gonna show you two ways of doing port forwarding here. One is through the port forward command, which is there here. It's there on the screen right now in the browser, and if I do that here, this does port forward it efficiently. Now I'm gonna just hit the HTTP localhost directly from here. If you can see here, hi there is one of the messages I had entered. Then if you want to do hackathon 2025, that will come here. This is on a live stream. So this is a guest book, just like how Joe in our example was supposed to create. But this was one way of ensuring a port is forwarded. Another way is something I want to show you, and I hope it works today. So there's a port forwarding option here, and you can just directly click this. So Ranch Desktop is actually pretty nifty in more than one way. So I'm just going to do 8080 here. Instead of writing that entire command, you can just do here and see. Let's see if that works. Let's hope that works. Actually, hey, it worked again. So that means this actually does work. So that's a bit about the Rancher Desktop aspect of it, and how we got our application to work. You can follow the entire steps. You can go through it by scanning the QR code. I can put it up in a bit. Just a second. But essentially, this is the long and short of my discussion today. I really hope that you were able to gain some knowledge, and get started on your cloud native journey, and at least have a clearer idea of the basics, because these are the things that are important in a Kubernetes installation. So essentially, if you want to learn more cloud native fundamentals, we actually have free courses on Rancher Academy to learn more. We as in me and my team, we create these courses so that absolute beginners with no idea of what cloud native is can get started. There's understanding cloud native fundamentals learning path, which teaches you YAML if you don't know it. It teaches you container basics. It teaches you Kubernetes basics, and it teaches you in a stepwise progression. You don't need to do all the courses, but if you don't know anything, this is a great place to start from. And also more resources for you all to check out. In case you are interested in contributing to the Kubernetes project, we're always in need of contributors, whether it's in the code or on the non-code side. So we welcome everyone on the Kubernetes Slack. Documentation, as always, is also a huge part of the project success. So if there are any interested parties in um, contributing to the documentation, go through the documentation and see if there are issues that you can pick up from like a beginner perspective. It's very crucial to us that we make the documentation accessible and inclusive to everyone, including beginners and people who have no idea of what Kubernetes is. And if you are interested in trying out our projects and my company's projects, they're all open source. And if you want to give feedback, or if you're stuck at a particular issue, we recommend you join the slack.rancher.io link. That's also here. And specific to Rancher Desktop, we have the documentation link here. And with that, thank you so much for all your attention and time. I really hope you'll have gained something from this. And I'm open to any questions if there are any. Otherwise, have a great rest of the event.
Operations, deployment, concepts of Kubernetes. I think for students, I think uh, one of the most valuable lessons today has been on your topic, and it's been wonderful. It's been well perceived. We are getting questions, but I think it's going to eventually pour in, and we will use forums to contact you with these questions.
Yes. Thank you here from the dome at the BSBI.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
geluid aan, hier geluid aan. We are live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Welcome everybody. We are very excited here for our next guest who is live in the studio. Welcome Jos. Jos is one of the founders of Nextcloud, and that's by coincidence also the subject of his presentation. So let's head over to Jos.
Yeah, what a surprise. I'll indeed be talking about Nextcloud. So I created a little bit of an agenda. First, the question is that I'm going to discuss why Nextcloud is interesting. Second, what I can do. And third, how does it work? So the famous what, why, and how will all be covered. Now, starting with the why. So the fundamental question that we started Nextcloud with and before is how can we communicate and work with others privately over the internet, as well as how much should we depend on centralized tech platforms. The reality at the moment is that a couple of big tech companies of course run more or less the world, and they are having an incredible impact on everybody's life today. And this is of course only accelerating with AI. Yeah? AI needs a ton of data, it needs a huge amount of capital, and so this makes the dominance of a relatively small number of big tech companies even more. So about 15 years ago in San Diego, a good friend of mine, Frank Karliczek, started a project as a volunteer, hobby project. He felt that there was a problem with all the data going into the cloud at the time. Him, as well as myself and many other people, were part of an open source movement that was building desktops, Linux desktops. And we thought, well, if you have your laptop and you control the software on your laptop, you are free from big tech. But unfortunately, the reality these days is that if the data that you work with on your laptop is shared with other people, you'll probably be putting it in the cloud. And back then that was, for example, Dropbox. And that means you lose that control. And this was the problem that Frank wanted to fix. Now, of course, nothing has really changed in this regard. It has only been bigger. Yes, collaboration software makes our lives easier, and that is definitely incredible and helpful. But the cost is our privacy and the control over our computing. So how can we benefit without sacrificing our privacy, our independence, and our sovereignty? Yeah, that's the question. I mean, at the moment, all our data is at these big companies. It is essentially available for the organizations on the right side to do with as they will. And what we need is a solution that is open source, that puts you in control. It gives you digital sovereignty. Yeah. You should be able to run it where you want. You should be able to pick a location, a server that you want. You should still be able, of course, to work with other people, so it needs to be decentralized. It needs to be scalable, and it needs to be, well, again, under your control, for which open source, I think, is a key point. So this is where Nextcloud comes in. So I'm gonna show you quickly, after talking about the why, I'm gonna show you quickly what we have built. So Nextcloud is effectively a private cloud collaboration platform. So it's a platform in the sense that there's a bunch of applications available, and each of these has end-user functions, like, for example, sharing files, editing documents, doing video calls and chat, sending mails, handling your calendar, and so on. Yeah, and you can run this on your server wherever you want. So it's just a piece of software. All we do is make software and perhaps help you run it. We don't host. There's no cloud. In a way, it's the anti-cloud. Now, what does it look like? Well, you have a nice dashboard where you can get started, set the user status. You have the file view where you can see all your documents, maybe put some notes on top. share it with other people. Of course, if you prefer to see pictures, you can do that as well. You have Nextcloud Talk, which allows you to chat, have video calls with other people, maybe even in big groups, with webinars and such. We have Nextcloud Mail, where you can send your emails, read your emails, collaborate with other people there. Nextcloud Calendar, let you manage your calendar, of course, and invite other people. Really cool contacts app, where you can, put all your contact details, track them. We have Nextcloud Deck, which lets you manage projects in a simple way. We have Nextcloud Collectives, which lets you manage kind of like a wiki, it's a knowledge management app. Nextcloud Forms, which lets you create and share forms with other people. Dashboard, whiteboard, tons of other applications. And all this on your phone, on your desktop, on your watch, wherever you want. Now, you might think, wow, okay, so I can do all of that with Nextcloud. That's a ton. That's really overwhelming. What really do you do? Why do you do everything? That's a question we get sometimes. So let's think for a minute. We want to help you be independent from the big tech platforms. And if you look a little bit through history to the market development, you see that in the early 2000s, WhatsApp and Slack and Zoom and Dropbox, they started to replace older technologies like IRC, ICQ, Windows Network Drive. Google Docs replaced, for example, Microsoft Office on the desktop, and so on. Now, of course, the open source community started to build alternatives. They started to build, tools that put you in control. You have Jitsi, you have Matrix, Big Blue Button, Collabora Online. And, these tools, they could replace these different applications as well. But over time, and that became especially visible with the pandemic, all these separate tools individually became a bit too limited, because again, the pandemic made it very clear. If you really need to work remote completely, having a hodgepodge of separate applications doesn't really work. If you occasionally do a webinar or a video call with a partner, you can use Zoom. If you occasionally need to share a document, Dropbox or OneDrive is fine. But if you're working all the time in these applications, then having to copy over a file from Dropbox into your Slack room, and then looking for what the latest version is in that file, because then you also emailed it to a third person, and now it's the email version that's the latest, or maybe it's still in your Windows Network Drive. This becomes a mess. So what you need is an integrated solution. And this is, of course, what Microsoft introduced with Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams really integrated this file sharing, the video, the chat, and the Office document into a single platform. So now the question is, okay, we have all these separate open source apps, but that's no longer the future. The future is an integrated collaboration platform. And this is, of course, where Nextcloud comes in, and especially versus Teams. The platform that we developed, Nextcloud Talk, that is the alternative to Microsoft Teams here. This integrated, doing everything together platform that you really need. So I keep talking about platform. As I said, Nextcloud is an app platform. That means there are different apps, different components that work closely together and help you be productive. So you have the calendar app, but you can, in the Nextcloud Mail, you can create a calendar appointment. You have Nextcloud Talk for video calls, but when you create a calendar appointment, you can add a talk room to that appointment so that people get invited. And the people you invite get added to the talk room, and the description from the calendar item gets put in there as well. And then, of course, you can attach files to the appointment and into the talk room. So all these components come together. And this integration goes beyond the Nextcloud apps themselves. So if you say, hey, that's great, but instead of Nextcloud Talk, I want to use Jitsi, you can. There's integration also with Jitsi. If you say, hey, I have other components I want to use, For project management, I don't want to use Nextcloud Deck. I want to use, open projects. Again, there's integration. You can do this as well. So it's very modular, but a lot of these apps are built to really integrate in a nice way. Now, when I give a nice example, which is in our Nextcloud Talk app, where you can see that you have a bunch of content you can insert, and you have a super easy way to create a calendar appointment right there from Nextcloud Talk. And all the participants in the room, they will get a nice invitation. There's an item in their calendar, they all get an email. And so, as I said, it acts as a single platform this way. And of course, all of this is built open source with our community. Yeah? Nextcloud has a huge community. There are thousands of people contributing to Nextcloud all over the world. And so this project has become really successful. Yeah? We have tens of millions of users. Nextcloud is not something that is only used by a few people at home on their laptop or on their Raspberry Pi, but Nextcloud is used by big companies, big organizations that use Nextcloud sometimes for hundreds of thousands or even millions of users. So it has become a really big and impactful project, even a movement, I would say. So, very shortly, I cannot do sound, can I?
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from survey.
Now let me go back a little bit. I wanted to show a little video of the values that we at Nextcloud have built our company and our community on. So, yeah, listen to this for a minute.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right, and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our community and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
So, those are the values that we've built Nextcloud on. Nextcloud is a community, it's a product, but it's of course also a business, which is doing well. The numbers are already a little bit outdated. We're now about 130 people. And we're self-funded, so no venture capital. It's owned by the people who work at Nextcloud, which keeps us independent and makes sure, that it stays that way. Now, all our products are open source on premises, so we just make software completely open source that you can run yourself, that you can edit, improve, work on, and of course extend with new functionality and features. Thousands of customers, tens of thousands of customers even, all over the world, big companies, small companies. And of course there are about 500,000 Nextcloud servers on the internet. So, of course, most of the Nextcloud servers are run by people at home, private users, maybe small charities, schools, local soccer club maybe, tons of small organizations running their own Nextcloud. So, that gives you a bit of an idea of this Nextcloud. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the what. What does Nextcloud look like? How does it work? And how can you run it? What can you do with it? These are the things I want to talk about next. So Nextcloud can work on very small devices. You can run on a Raspberry Pi or maybe an old laptop at home. I know in the Netherlands there is a journalist who runs it on his old Android phone that he keeps next to his bed and automatically uploads his photos to from his other phone. This way, keeping his photos to himself. And I think that's a really cool use case. There are of course many other things you can do with Nextcloud. You can use it indeed to upload your private photos. You can use it to share calendars with your family, store your documents and work on them of course together. You can do your homework with it, but also there are apps for password management, to do video calls, store your bookmarks, search through your recipes, and there are 1,000 other things. Yeah, hundreds of apps exist in Nextcloud, and I think it's really, if you want to play around with a home lab, you know, run your own servers and networking and experiment with it, Nextcloud is really cool. It can really run there, do lots of things for you. You can connect other tools to it, you know, use the notifications for example and connect that to another app, use the API to send notifications to yourself on your phone, etc. There's a ton of really cool things you can do with it. Of course, Nextcloud is also used in a much bigger setup, a huge Kubernetes setup with millions of users, for example, like here in Germany, the Deutsche Telekom, the German telecom company, they are running Magenta Cloud, which has several millions of users, and this is a Nextcloud-based technology. And even bigger, in Central and South America, Claro Drive has tens of millions of users, and yeah, they're distributing in several hosting centers and again offering, you know, Nextcloud to a lot of people there. So in a business, Nextcloud can be used for very specific use cases. You know, you can say, hey, you know, in our big company, we have a board that oversees the company. We don't want to put the board on the same IT infrastructure as the rest of the company, so we create a special Nextcloud environment where the board can work separate from the rest of the company. Or maybe you say, hey, we have an HR department, you know, it's handling sensitive data, you know, resumes from people, or like complicated, you know, conflicts in the company, and we want that to be used with Nextcloud so that the data is not mixed with other data in the company. Yeah. But you can also have more generic use cases. We have, for example, a lot of universities that use Nextcloud. Sometimes they use it to let the students work together. So the students, you know, can exchange documents and collaborate on them. They can ask questions, you know, from the teachers in chat, etc. You have tons of interesting things you can do with Nextcloud because you can run it yourself. For example, the German radio and television, ARD ZDF, they actually run 2 Nextcloud servers. So they have one Nextcloud server which is external, connected to the internet. And so when a journalist is in a country which perhaps is a bit less friendly to free press, and where there is surveillance, they can interview people, you know, maybe put the interview on their phone, and when they're at the hotel, their phone will automatically upload the interview to the Nextcloud server from the radio and television, and then it is on the public Nextcloud server. Then there is a team of people who will check these files, you know, scan for viruses, scan for maybe attempts to break in, and then when the files are saved, they will move them to a second Nextcloud server, which is disconnected from the internet and only available internally. And there, the media teams and journalists can work to create a story, create a video, that then in the end goes on the television or the radio. So this way, they keep a wall, a literal firewall between the outside world, where the data might be attacked, and the inside world. Or for example, there are armies that use Nextcloud, several of them in the world. And of course, they want to make sure that when there is a conflict, and maybe undersea cables get cut, or, you know, networking is disrupted, they can still keep working, even when there is no internet. And so again, this is where Nextcloud can help. Or imagine if you're in a rural area, in an area with just bad internet, or even sometimes no internet for days or weeks, you would be able to run a local Nextcloud service. So people in a village or a city can still chat, share documents, and work together, even if there is no internet available, because they can still work on the local Nextcloud server. And so there are many use cases where you can use Nextcloud. And of course, in the end, you can also simply replace Google or Microsoft completely with Nextcloud. It can do all the work. You can add the documents and share them, work with other people. There's a ton of stuff you can do. I mean, Nextcloud is a pretty good replacement for a tool like Slack, for example, and it is used like this at a lot of companies. You can do your team calls on it. You can just right there on Nextcloud, you can edit documents, you know, share tasks, work with other people. And so, of course, in a business environment, this is incredibly helpful because not only is it easy to use and really nicely integrated, but the data never leaves the servers of the company, which is obviously really important. Now, as a company, you might want to do webinars. You might want to, you know, invite people, you know, via email, import a spreadsheet with people, and then, you know, do a presentation to a few hundred potential customers, for example, or for a training at the university. You do screen share, chat, microphone, all these abilities. Yeah, ton of things you can do to basically let people collaborate in such an environment. You can, you know, do polls, basically perfect for webinars and such. And if you're an administrator, you will find that Nextcloud is pretty easy to maintain. We work really hard on making it easy, but it's also very extensible. So you can install out of about 400 apps on our App Store. You can add tons of new functionality and features, and you can even automate pretty complicated processes in your company by setting up automated actions between your apps in Nextcloud Hub as well as external apps. So you can, for example, monitor a folder or even a Nextcloud Forms app for form submissions. And then when somebody fills in the form or uploads a file, you can send a notification. You can then put maybe the information from a PDF. You can extract the data. You can put it in the Nextcloud Tables app in a table. You can then request maybe an approval. You can automatically send payment links. And all these abilities are available in Nextcloud to automate processes. Again, at home, maybe you have a home automation system. You could connect this to Nextcloud and control it from your Nextcloud apps. Now, of course, all of this gets even cooler with AI. Yeah. So a couple of years ago, we introduced the Nextcloud Assistant, and that's a self-hosted, open source AI assistant. It's based on large language models, the self-hosted models, the open source models, and can be completely run on-prem without sending data to third parties. Now, of course, AI has its pros and cons. Yeah. So, for a minute, I want to talk about weasels. You know, those little weird animals. Some people keep them as pets. Now, in our company, there's a team that works on AI, and the team lead for this team, Daphne is her name. She is also involved in technology ethics research, and so she's pretty skeptical of the big tech approach to business when it comes to privacy, and also AI. Now, of course, there are tons of problems with AI, the way it is used by big tech. You lose control over your data. They are training on data that is just scraped from the internet, that is not very ethical. But there are also problems with AI in the sense that at the moment we're trying to use AI for everything, and maybe that's not always a good idea. So Daphne introduced a rule. If you want to propose something to be done by AI, when you explain it to the team, you have to replace the term AI with trained weasel. And when talking about the trained weasels, you always have to keep in mind that the weasels are racist and sexist. So the question is, should a trained weasel do something? And it's a racist and sexist weasel. So, should a trained weasel be used to create an image for your playlist and YouTube music? I think that's fine. Should a trained weasel drive a few tons of steel over a highway? I personally find that a rather scary idea, and I don't think it's a good idea. Should a trained weasel decide who gets hired or who gets fired in the company? Well, the weasels are racist and sexist. I really don't think this is a good idea. So that's the basic idea, the approach at which we approach AI at Nextcloud. AI has incredible opportunities. It can make things easier, but we really need to be transparent about the downsides. So we created an ethical AI rating at Nextcloud to help you decide as a user what AI features are right for you. So we have a bunch of AI integrations in Nextcloud, and we try to give each of these integrations a score: red, orange, yellow, or green. And this score is based on 3 factors that address key concerns with AI. First, is the AI solution open source? That would mean you can adapt the training, maybe fix bias, or optimize the energy use. Second, is the model freely available? That allows you to run it wherever you want, including in your own data center, so that your data does not leak. And third, is the training data freely available? Because if the training data is available and the code is open source, you can look in the training data, you can look for problems, and you can also retrain the model, maybe to be more efficient, for example. Now, of course, that's not perfect. As I said, the results are racist and sexist and biased in every other way. And the 3 factors that I mentioned, they cannot cover that, because there is at the moment no way to, for example, give a rating on a scale of 1 to 10 how biased an AI model is. This is just not really possible at the moment. So our rating does not include that. It does say the data should be open, so you could check perhaps for bias. And maybe the model is not good for people with a certain skin color. Maybe the model cannot recognize women as well as it can recognize men. These kind of issues you can then look for. But at the moment there's no objective rating for this, so we do not take that into account. Similar energy use, if you have 2 models that do the exact same thing, you could compare energy use. But 2 models that do the exact same thing in the same way, with the same performance, that doesn't really exist at the moment. So this is not really measurable. And of course the AI models make a lot of mistakes, hallucinations. A lot of models are trained on copyrighted data, stolen data even. These are all things that at the moment don't have an objective measure. So when you pick an Nextcloud model and it is green, you still have to keep in mind there are other factors that we cannot measure. Now, of course, a rating of red to green doesn't really help if you don't have a choice. So we built into Nextcloud a system where you can always choose which model you want to use for what. So for features like translation, text processing, or dictating, and text to speech or speech to text, you have multiple options with on-premises options and remotely running options. In this way, we make it possible that you can also say, hey, we want to use a remote AI service just for summaries like ChatGPT, but I don't want to use it for maybe some other function. So this way you can choose yourself. Now, where did we put AI in Nextcloud? We put it in a lot of places already. But as I said, all optional. It's off by default, most of these features. And you have to pick if you want to turn them on and then how you want to use them with an on-premises model or not. So for example, we have text and image generation. We have face and object recognition, smart inbox in mail, call transcripts, and many other features that are built in. So I want to show just a couple of examples where the Nextcloud Assistant, our AI, is integrated in the products, and then I'm going to show you the assistant itself as a separate thing as well. So for example, in Nextcloud Mail, we have the AI integrated to summarize email threads. It also creates a smart inbox. It can suggest answers to emails. It will check if an email might need a follow-up from you. So it automatically makes a list of mails on top of your inbox that it says, oh, you need to follow up to these. There was a question for you, or people asked you for an opinion, for example. I think there are, translation is another feature that we've built in, so you can translate emails as well. So just a couple of integrations in Nextcloud Mail. In Nextcloud Talk, we have integration where if you have a video call, after the call, you can get a transcript of the call and a summary so that you can then with full text search find, of course, the subject that were discussed, and in the summary, if you come back from vacation, you need to catch up to company meetings, for example, you can just read the summaries very quickly. Another thing with summaries that we've done, if you come back from vacation, you often have like, I don't know, 2,000 unread emails, right, in your chat, 1,000 unread messages. And so the Nextcloud Assistant can summarize all these unread chat messages for you. Super nice, that helps you catch up much faster. And so, as I said, with all this on premises, you can run these AI models completely yourself, or you can find maybe AI as a service. There are several companies that offer hosted large language models and hosted image generation options, maybe in your country, you know, that you can trust. And that way, as a business, you can be compliant with privacy rules. And as an individual, you don't need to worry that your data is used for training, you know, other AI models. So, a couple of cool features I want to still mention. One is context chat, so you can ask questions about your own documents and data. For example, you can say, hey, you know, in our company we have a vacation request process, how does this work? And you can just ask, and then the assistant can explain to you how this works. But it can also get data from other apps. So for example, we have an analytics app where you can store data and visualize it. And maybe you are storing that data from your solar panels. And then you can ask the assistant like, hey, you know, what was the month with the highest solar energy production last year? And then the Nextcloud Assistant, because it has access to this data, can answer the question and tell you, hey, you know, February or March was the highest. And can even go further. It's possible that you can ask the assistant to do things for you. So you can say, hey, you know, dear assistant, I would like to you to send a chat message in a chat room, or maybe to create a document, or, you know, summarize the information about our travel policy and then put it in a PDF and send it by an email to a friend. And then the AI can grab the data, it can make the summary, create the document, create an email for you, find in the address book the email address of the person you want to mail, create the email, and at the end you just say confirm, and it will send the email for you. Or of course, if you say, well, the name was Peter, not Peter, you can then say, hey, please change the name, you know, or maybe, you know, the information should be in a PDF, etc. Yeah, or you say, hey, you know, look at my email. I got a lot of emails last week with feature requests for our new product. Please put it in a spreadsheet and share that spreadsheet into the product development chat. And the Nextcloud Assistant can do that then for you with a nice chat message as well. So this is all quite easy to use. You can ask, well, what are chat messages? I have a little video here that shows you in action that you can, you know, ask for the chat messages in a chat room. You can then say, hey, you know, look up the weather in Berlin, and then the Nextcloud Assistant will look on the weather.com site, grab the weather report from Berlin, and you can say, okay, post it in the chat room, you know, or you know, ask one of the colleagues if they want to come to Berlin. You can ask the assistant, hey, can you look at the location of that colleague, what the weather is there? And then the AI can look in the address book, where does the colleague live? Stockholm, let's see what the weather is in Stockholm. It's colder than Berlin, why don't you come visit us in Berlin? Like, these kind of things are all possible. So yeah, that's a huge overview of everything that Nextcloud can do. I know it's really a ton. Yeah, let's talk about the how. Yeah, how can you run this? How can you get involved? How can you build Nextcloud apps perhaps? There's a ton there as well. So now, basic architecture of Nextcloud is in a way simple. It is a LAMP application. So LAMP stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL and PHP. And it is the oldest and the most used Linux application development stack. That means a lot of people know how to do it. You can find a huge amount of information on the internet, and it is all very reliable and incredibly scalable. That's why it works on a Raspberry Pi, or spread over 5 data centers for 20 million users. There's a lot of flexibility there. Nextcloud can use multiple web servers. You can use different databases. Of course, they all have their pros and cons. If you use SQLite, you have no configuration to do. It's for testing locally, very helpful, but it also does not scale very well. If you are working with multiple people on your Nextcloud, you probably want to use MySQL or Postgres. There are a large number of optional components. You can get much better performance if you use the high performance backend, but those are written in Rust and Go, so that is a little bit harder, of course, to run. Our Office component, Nextcloud Office, it's built on Collabora Online, which in turn is based on LibreOffice. This is built in C++, so again, that is something different. You want to use Redis to improve the performance of the server. Now, if you say, okay, that's a server, that's kind of the technologies the server is built on. What is the technologies that you built the user interface in? What's the technology for the mobile apps, etc.? Well, that's Vue.js for the web interface. Our desktop app for files is built in C++ and Qt. And for Talk, it's an Electron web app. So there's a desktop app for Talk that you can use. Our Android and iOS apps are mostly built in Swift for iOS and Kotlin for Android. So those are pretty common, widely used languages there. So I think it is hopefully relatively easy to get involved in these projects, because of course all of this is on GitHub. It's all open source. So if you're an Android developer or want to be an Android developer, you can get involved in the Nextcloud Android apps. There are apps for Nextcloud Files, Nextcloud Talk, Nextcloud Notes, and there are a couple of community maintained apps, including Nextcloud Deck. So there's a ton of apps for the Nextcloud platform that you can use. I wanted to put in a picture to make it a little bit visible of how this all fits together. So you run a Linux server, and on the server you have Nextcloud with the configuration and the user management. You can do this external. You can use LDAP, you can use other user directories, you can use, single factor authentication mechanisms, for example. But basically, you can run on your own server. Now you would use Redis maybe for the performance, you have the database, you have the storage. Now you can use external storage. So you can say, hey, I have a Dropbox or a Google Drive, and you can connect these to Nextcloud and then put your files through Nextcloud on these external storages. You can then even use encryption so that the files get encrypted before they are sent to Google, so they cannot use your data for, anything else they want to use. And then once you have your Nextcloud server up and running with Nextcloud, you can then connect via the web interface or via the clients, the mobile apps, Android, iOS, or via the desktop apps to your Nextcloud, or even use a web dev interface from your desktop to access the files on Nextcloud and the web interface. Your emails, your documents, your calendars, etc. Of course, if you're a business, you use a slightly bigger architecture. You will have a load balancer, you will have multiple application servers, you will have multiple database servers. You might use object storage, for example, and so on. Completely different, game that you're playing. Kubernetes set up perhaps with, ton of other components. So that's a little bit on the architecture, how to run it. I want to talk a little bit for those of you who want to develop for Nextcloud. Maybe you would want to build an app. Maybe you want to work on the core of Nextcloud. Or maybe you have built your own application and you want to store your files from your application into Nextcloud. Or you've built a mobile app that wants to, store maybe a save game into Nextcloud. Or you want to access the chat in Nextcloud so that if you, for example, in your home automation, if the lights go on, you want to be able to send a message in the chat room that the lights are on. The other way around, you want to be able to say in the chat room, hey, home automation, turn on the lights. And that should then do a call out to your home automation system. These things are all possible, and we have an API for this, open standards-based API, very powerful API that lets you talk to Nextcloud. This is fully documented using open API, so there's very nice documentation available. We have SDKs for Python, Rust, and other languages, and we try and maintain this in the long term. We made an app for Nextcloud that makes it very easy to experiment with this API. It's called the OCS Viewer app. You can browse the API, for example, how do I log in? How do I send files? How do we receive, how do we create a share for a file and then get the link to the share and send it to somebody? You can try these things out. You can test the request with some parameters, and you can then see the result, and then you can get the code. So you can just say, hey, I want to do this request, for example, create a share on a file. I want to create a request for that, and I want to do that in, say, Python. And then you just pick here in the API the right call you want to do, and then you pick the language you want the code from, and then you get the code, and you also get to try it out right there. So it's super easy, and it should really help you explore the different ways you can communicate with a Nextcloud server. As I already mentioned, we also offer a number of software development kits in Python, Rust, TypeScript, and Go, but of course many other languages are supported. Now, as I mentioned, Nextcloud is built in PHP, and that's a language in which you could build a Nextcloud app. For example, you can build a password manager. There are already 2, but maybe you think you can do better and you build a 3rd. Or maybe you want to build a little game, or maybe you want to build an app to plan an event. These apps you can build on the Nextcloud framework, and that means you don't need to think about user authentication and access rights. You don't need to think about file management, because you can do that in Nextcloud. You don't need to think about database, because that's easily abstracted. So Nextcloud makes it very easy to build such apps. You can do it in PHP, but you don't have to. So Nextcloud also allows you to build apps in other languages. I don't think a lot of you probably want to build apps in Haskell or Julia, but you can. Perhaps Python, Ruby, JavaScript are a bit more likely candidates for this, but it's possible to write apps in other languages. Now these apps, we call them X apps. They use microservice architecture, so they run separate from Nextcloud itself in a Docker container, and they talk via the OCS API, which of course helps with security and also with scalability. So, how do you now get started? Now, if you want to try out Nextcloud and just run it at home on your Raspberry Pi or on your server, or maybe on a little server space that you rent on the internet, you start by going to nextcloud.com/install. Now, you can download a zip file with Nextcloud and run that on your own LAMP Linux server. That gives you, of course, a lot of control and a lot of ability to fiddle with it. It is also more work to maintain, and you then need to set up all the other pieces like Redis and the database and Collabor Online and lots of other pieces to have all the functionality that Nextcloud has. So it's an option, but what I would recommend is to use our all-in-one Docker container. You download the Docker container, you fire it up. The Docker container will then download all the other components that you need. So it will download the Docker container for Collabora, it will download the Docker container for Nextcloud Talk for the video calls. It'll even have built-in, backups, and it makes it super easy basically to even use the AI features, for example. And then you have your own Nextcloud up and running, and suddenly you can share files, ask questions about them, invite other people to a video call on your own server, and so on. And of course, then you dive into our app store and you look for all these cool apps that you can, use and integrate deeper into Nextcloud. There are tons of apps available. If you're building apps for Nextcloud, we have built in some buttons that you can ask for donations for people to support your app development work. And of course, if you're a business, we even have built in some options that you can, for businesses, that you can also ask money for your Nextcloud apps. And of course, in the Nextcloud application, You have a nice app store built into Nextcloud itself where people can then see all these apps and can also discover new apps where we show them. So we have documentation on our website, a ton of app developer tutorials. You can find them on nextcloud.com/developer. That's really the best place to start building Nextcloud apps or to find the APIs to integrate with Nextcloud. We have a developer newsletter as well, so you can stay up to date with what's happening around Nextcloud, get release announcements, information about events, but also application developer news. So yeah, you can stay tuned. So what I would say, check out nextcloud.com/developer and have a look. I mean, what do you want to do? Do you want to build an app for Nextcloud? Do you want to start using it, of course? Do you want to connect your existing app to Nextcloud to store maybe the files on it or to store other data? It's all there. So that's the end for my presentation. If you have questions, you can come to our forums on help.nextcloud.com. You can ask questions there. And of course, talk to your teachers, other people involved with the project here at OS-SCi. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, Jos, for your nice presentation. So we will now stop for 15 minutes and then we have the next masterclass. Thank you.
we live today?
We are live.
All right. So, hello to the hackathon heroes. Welcome to another day packed with innovative projects and masterclasses. I am Richard Vergis, Chief of Operations for OneStein and Open Source Science Netherlands, and a proud OCA member. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a perspective on the importance of the OCAs in the Odoo ecosystem and how you hackers and students and other developers from across the world can contribute effectively to this beautiful ecosystem. So now guys, get ready to explore a fascinating community project that is just waiting for your unique touch. So we can switch over, yeah. So whether you're here to code or whether you're here to collaborate, just simply have a blast. Let's turn this into a celebration. So happy hacking, because there's lots of projects, lots of prize money to be won from a lot of Odoo OCA modules that we have already posted in various forums that you can contribute to. You have about 7 days to do that, and please start. So I would like to give you an idea on my company, which is OneStein, which I represent. And what is OneStein? So we're based out of Netherlands. OneStein is a pioneer in open source business software specializing in IT infrastructure and cybersecurity. We're also a proud first Odoo Gold partner in the Netherlands. But after that, we've evolved to 2,500 plus OCA contributions in the past decade. We're also supported and backed by industry pioneers who have a passionate feeling about open source. And they've been broadly behind our vision and mission for open source. Equally, I'm collaborating with Eric Malls as operations head for open source science, and we're passionately educating students, senior developers from across the world in this open source initiative. We also collaborate globally with like-minded partners who also work on Odoo OCA modules. We even sponsor many of these initiatives, and so that's been happening in the last few years. OneStein also happens to be OCA's platinum sponsorer in the last 2024. Now, let's look at an agenda and what I'd like to cover in this session. So since the audience is primarily students from 12 countries, 22 universities, I would like to start a small slide on what is an ERP, about Odoo as a software, and the journey of the Odoo Community Association. Of course, and that brings you to how it's important in contributing to the Odoo Community Association modules. And last of all, a call to action to so let's look at what is an ERP. The word ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planner, which is primarily a business software that unifies various functions across a company. So basically, it centralizes data and provides a single source of truth across departments, say be it finance, sales, inventory, HR. It just brings the whole soup together. An ERP system automates business processes and manages workflows much more efficiently. So in reality, it enhances collaboration by connecting different departments through shared data. And in today's world, you have built-in reporting, you have AI integrated to ERPs, which provides valuable insights to help companies make informed decisions in their business processes. Now let's look at today's question, which is what is Odoo ERP? Odoo, which is also called On-Demand Open Object, is an all-in-one solution offering modules for CRM, inventory, accounting, HR, management, marketing, and much more. Imagine you can also have a website on Odoo. So it comes integrated with a full suite of applications. So you don't need a separate software for CRM. You do not need a separate software for your finance. You do not need a separate software for your websites. You can integrate the whole thing using Odoo. And Odoo supported by the Odoo Community Association. So what are the advantages? It is modular and scalable. And a business can start with just one app and add more apps as you grow. And with a very highly customizable architecture, Odoo can be tailored to fit very specific business cases and extremely easy integrations and add-ons. It is, of course, cost-effective due to its open source nature and offers affordable investments for the companies who are trying to build an ERP software. The good part about Odoo is it's backed by a very active global community that continuously contributes to its growth and improvement. And when you look at the user-friendly interface of Odoo, you don't need a degree to work on Odoo. You just need a reasonable brain, which almost all of us have, right? So the user interface of Odoo, it's quite modern and it's quite sleek. So it's very easy for businesses and it's users to start using Odoo. Another very important feature about Odoo is that the deployments, when it comes for a business, say you have a new requirement or a new patch coming in, the faster deployments is one key highlight of Odoo. With options, you have an on-premise option. You can launch your Odoo Community Association code on your cloud. So technically, it makes businesses jumpstart to getting an ERP software. The next, what I'd like to present is what is the market when it considers ERP. The ERP market today is projected to reach a value of $90.63 billion by 2029, which is huge. And what's Odoo's place in it? Odoo is among the top 6 as far as today's rating in 2024 was. It was a survey done by CX Today. That's how Odoo is important in the ERP landscape. Now I'd like to take you to a small journey of the Odoo, especially the OCA, in relationship to the OCA. So Odoo began its journey in 2002 as Tiny ERP. And of course, it was driven by a very strong and free open source software FOSS philosophy. 2009, it was renamed to OpenERP. And again, it started to gain traction because it is quite modular. It had a lot of features and a vibrant community contributions those days. As far as a milestone of OCA goes, a critical milestone was established in 2013 where the OCA itself was established, ensuring that open source contributions continued into the Odoo. 2014, you had Odoo transition, you had OpenERP transition to Odoo. So that's when the birth of the actual Odoo takes place, which were, till today it was OpenERP, and then it transitioned to Odoo, expanding beyond ERP to a full suite business application. So it kind of launched it, rebranded, launched into a full suite business application 2014. Here comes the tricky part. 2015, the introduction of a hybrid licensing model brought Enterprise Edition of Odoo alongside the Community Edition. Now this started sparking debates about maintaining the original FOSS ethos. Despite these concerns, Odoo continued to develop both the enterprise edition as well as the community edition. But by 2016, the shift was quite clear. The FOSS ethos, Odoo Enterprise was moving away from the FOSS ethos. And this started to mark a very important milestone for the OCA because it started to have clearly independent growth. And this also underscored that FOSS could not thrive without a dedicated organization structure. And many thanks to the vision and efforts by the founding members of the OCA. So what is the importance of the Odoo Community Association, which is the backbone, ensuring contributions and popularity of Odoo across the world? It's very simple. To keep Odoo 100% open source. And that's the mantra that's keeping Odoo alive with this 100% open source idea from Odoo Community Association. I'd like to start a small greetings from the Odoo itself. Virginie de Wolf, the Executive Director of Odoo Community Association, could not join us in person here in the studio, so she sent across a message which is displayed on the screen, and it reads, "Why do I love open source? I have the possibility to understand what's going on in the tool that I use every day, and it can adapt them to fit my needs. It also gives me a sense of control on what I do and how I do it. In addition to that, I meet very nice and brilliant people in the Odoo open source communities. My hope for the future is that every student working in it join and strengthen the open source movement through Odoo Community Association." Thank you, Virginie, for this inspiring words, which I'm sure will motivate all of us to engage with the open source community association initiatives. So I'd like to stress a little bit on the importance of OCA and its focus areas. The Odoo Community Association, or the OCA, is a non-profit organization headquartered in Switzerland with a mission to support and promote the open source ecosystem around Odoo. Now, this ensures the community thrives without commercial bias, and the Odoo Community Association upholds democratic principles, giving every member a voice in decisions. This inclusive approach helps make Odoo ERP solutions more affordable and accessible to businesses and users of all sizes. What it also does is that it fosters collaboration by connecting developers from all over the world, businesses and users, encouraging sharing of knowledge, resources, and even best practices. Indeed, OCA is a true champion of open source, committed to preserving the core values of open source software while balancing needs of community and commercial stakeholders. So that's what OCA is there for. But again, without an independent governance structure, it would be impossible. So the OCA ensures, with good governance, that it ensures the quality of Odoo modules. It ensures that there is continuous innovation and serves as a vital bridge between the features when it comes to Odoo Community and Enterprise editions. So the OCA's contributions results in a greater empowerment for small and medium businesses and small-scale industries, giving them access to a very affordable ERP solution market. So now let's look at the infrastructure of Odoo. Now, everybody likes community software. It's nice, you can develop a software. But for the community to thrive and to bring the OCA modules to where it is today, you need to have a vast infrastructure. You need to have a vast governance model in place. And that's exactly why I presented this slide, so that you can see how big the infrastructure of the Odoo Community Association is. OCA's infrastructure is quite extensive. It has got about 200 code repositories hosting numerous open source projects. The association thrives because hundreds of contributors keep continuously improving and maintaining the ecosystem. There are thousands of modules developed, tested and maintained within the OCA framework, ensuring businesses have reliable and up-to-date tools, right? Because yeah, it's free, it can be used by anybody, but it has to be accurate, it has to be reliable, and the OCA spends a lot of effort in keeping this infrastructure alive. So OCA now provides essential code testing tools so that the codes are up to mark. It has governance tools to ensure that there is governance in terms of quality, memberships of community contributions, how it works. And just look at the vast infrastructure. Hosting, email, websites, run boards for testing, and the amount of comprehensive documentation that goes behind. Translation tools, making Odoo accessible to businesses worldwide regardless of language, right? In India, probably you can, many of these screens can be read out in Hindi by businesses. Same thing in Europe, you can translate it to any language that you want. So, so all this infrastructure remains at the forefront of this Odoo Community Association ERP solution. Now, this makes it robust, scalable, and even cost-effective for businesses that there is a community that actually maintains such a large infrastructure. Now, if you look at this map, it shows a geographic distribution of the OCA members and its contributors. And you can see that it's bright blue, dark blue across the world. And this gives you an idea of where all OCA is getting its contributions from. Let's look at some numbers. 25 languages. It runs on 25 languages software. About 500 active members looking into all aspects of the community. And we have more than 1,400 contributors, developers, documenters, testers. And that's basically how the statistics of the contributions look like. Now the next question is, what are 4 primary ways that you as a developer or a student of IT can contribute towards Odoo Community Association code? The first part is, of course, code development. So here you need to follow the OCA's coding standards, module naming conventions, commit message guidelines, and of course ensuring proper testing through unit and functional testing. You can also conduct functional and performance testing for OCA modules, right? And then you can report bugs based on these functional testing that you've done. We also need a lot of help to improve the documentation, which is already pretty good, but we need, as versions improve, right now we are on version 18, and as we move towards further, we still need a lot of help in terms of documentation. So clear and consistent module descriptions, user guides, this will also help users and developers alike to contribute. Another important way that developers can contribute is by joining as a member, and then if you're senior enough, you can also contribute by code reviews, which means when people from around the world contribute to OCA code, you can actually review the code to ensure that it meets the OCA standards, it meets the guidelines before it's merged to the OCA standards. So these are 4 important ways as a technical student that you can contribute into OCA. So let's look at how you can start with code contributions to the Odoo Community Association.
So first of all, joining the main OCA contributors mailing list is a great first step because it stays you connected and informed. You can consider joining project steering committees, be part of the review team to have a more active role. For technical contributions, the understanding of OCA's GitHub and repositories, contribution guidelines is quite essential. So, so what I would say is please get on to the technical stuff. There is a link which is git.scm. This gives you an idea about getting familiar with the Git. Now you are also welcome to discover our standard conventions. Under the github.com/OCA, there are maintainer tools available with a wiki link that will give you access to all the guidelines, standards that developers need to contribute to the OCA modules. Now, there is also a code of conduct because and that's the quality that drives the OCA modules, right? It's a quality. So there is a code of conduct that you need to read through, and that's also available under the oducommunity.org website under code of conduct. So the link is available for you. Supposing you're not a technical person and you're a functional user, no problem at all, because that's also some contributions that's it's very much needed in the ODU Community Association contributions. And how, as a functional person, can you contribute? It can also be read up under oducommunity.org for functional consultants. I also have, as I'd like to give you a small demonstration, and one of the senior developers of the ODU Community Association has offered to give a small demonstration on how a bug can be, or a contribution can be made to the ODU Community Association. So with that, I'm going to give you a short video on from Anjil Haria. Anjil is a senior developer based out of Mumbai, and he is an open source enthusiast with more than 7 years of experience as a developer, and he actively contributes to the OCA by processing solutions and reporting issues and giving fantastic fixes to many OCA modules. So let me please welcome Anjil Haria, and he's going to give us a video on how, or a demonstration on how to contribute.
Wishing you all a very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on from where you're joining. Myself, Anjil Haria, a senior Odoo developer and an OCA contributor. Today, I would like to take you through the steps of proposing solutions to the issues reported in OCA. So as you can see on my screen, I am currently in the product attribute repo in OCA. So all of the issues for OCA modules are added in the issues section of the respective GitHub repository. So we are currently seeing the issue with the product price list simulation module. So whenever an issue is added in OCA, it usually includes the version of Odoo with which the issue is coming up, also the name of the module for which the issue comes up, and a detailed description of the issue along with supporting images and videos for the same. So for proposing solutions to the issues reported in OCA, we need to follow certain steps and conventions. So you would find that under the maintainer tools in OCA, in wiki section, you would find a documentation for migration to version 16. Similarly, you would find the document for other versions of Odoo as well. So the steps and conventions are mostly similar for all the cases, whether you want to propose new features to existing modules in OCA, propose solutions to issues in existing modules, or propose new modules. So before migrating, we need to update ourselves with the latest OCA conventions. So if you go in this link, you'll find a detailed description of the OCA guidelines to be followed. You can go through them one by one. Secondly, it says that we need to subscribe to the mailing list of this related project. It is not a compulsion. You can do that or you can leave it out. On the corresponding GitHub issue inside the repository name migration to version 16, announce which modules you want to migrate. So this is only applicable in case we are migrating any of the modules. And lastly, we need to make sure that pre-commit is installed on our system. Pre-commit basically makes sure that we follow the code conventions which are required by OCA. Then it includes the detailed description of the task to do in the migration. So the first step that we need to do whenever we want to propose a solution is we need to fork the particular repository in our account. So we can do that by clicking on fork in the respective repository. We would be presented with a screen like this. So we need to check all the details, and then you need to click on create a fork. So the fork would be created in our account. The next step that we need to do is to clone the repository in our system. We can do that by using this command as seen in the document. We can also make use of variables to ease our process. So we can create a repository variable, a module variable, and a user or variable, which is nothing but our GitHub login or organization name. So once we have created the clone of our repository and the respective branch, we need to create a new branch for proposing the fix. So in this case, it is migration MIG, but we need to change that to fix since we are proposing a fix. Then we need to make the changes as needed for the issue, and then we need to run this particular command, which would make sure that all of the codes follows the OCA's code conventions. Then we need to add the changes by clicking on git add -a. Then we need to add the commit message, which is nothing but git commit -m. Here, instead of IMP, we need to add fix since we are proposing a fix. Instead of $module, we need to add the module in which we are fixing the issue. And then instead of pre-commit stuff, we would be adding the message for which the issue is being fixed. Once that is done, we need to add a remote reference for the repository in our GitHub account. And last, we need to do the push command, and we need to make sure that this migration is changed to fix in our case. Once we do that, we would be provided with a link to create the pull request. We need to click on that link to create the pull request. And once the pull request is created, it would be checking for all of the requirements. Once that is done, the review would be done by the GitHub users. So that is the description in brief. Thank you.
And Jill, that was fantastic. Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation on how a person can start to contribute to the Odoo OCA modules. I think more guys and girls, you can just log into the Odoo community.org website, and there you will get more details on how you can contribute, right? So now I'm just going to give you an idea on how you can contribute to documentation. So what is the kind of conventions used? Start by studying the current documentations available at the link, right? So this link will give you the current contributions or the documentation that's available already. And for simple changes, or even non-technical contributors can contribute directly to the GitHub interface. So you can use a GitHub interface and contribute for simple changes. Say there is a spelling mistake or there is something, a wrong link, you can always contribute by doing that there. But if you have more complex documentation updates, then we suggest you use Git to work from your local copy and manage these changes effectively. And how do you do that? You can follow these guidelines given on the screen. That will give you started on how to use Git for documentation part. And now, since we use restructured text or RST language for documentation, it would be good for you to read up on how RST is used and what are the benefits, and some technical details on RST would give you a fantastic idea on how to start contributing. Basically, by contributing to documentation, you kind of help the entire world of the Odoo community and the usability for the entire regions that a community is involved in. Now, I just want to give you a small glimpse of other ways that you can also contribute to the community. Let's start straight away. First of all, I would say, this is one aspect that many of us can easily contribute, right? You can just report bugs and what's available. So you can help reporting these bugs in respective GitHub repositories, provide some detailed descriptions and help developers identify, and especially if there are critical bugs, you can write it that it's critical so that developers who are involved in contributions can immediately see it and give it back. You can also test new features. So Odoo is a community association. We're bringing out new features, new contributions come in every day, and just go to the run bot, spin up this new feature, and then you are ready to test these new features. So that's something that you can also give some feedback. It could be functional feedback, it could be improvement feedback on these features. So that's a fantastic way to contribute. You can also join the community forums where users actually need help, and if you're an expert or you have some expertise in Odoo, you can jump right in and start supporting users. This is another big area that people can contribute. Translations, because Odoo, like I mentioned in the previous slides, is used in 25 languages. So if you feel that your language needs to be there, or you can improve certain aspects of some languages, feel free to use the translation features in Odoo for translating. And Odoo uses something very powerful called Weblate for these translations, right? It's also a part of our infrastructure that we have in the community association. Now, let's look at another way that you can contribute. Say you have a business, you're a functional user. You might want to see a new feature that's really important for your business or for your kind of industry. Please feel free to request for a new feature, that too using the relevant GitHub links or contacting the project steering committee. You can request for new features. So end of the day, it's open source, it's community driven, so everybody's contribution, whether it's developing, reporting bugs, requesting new features, every small aspect is important. So we look forward for that. The next slide, I'd like to give you, what is a run bot? Run bot is nothing but it's an environment that's created, that's stimulated for every release that's done on the Odoo Community Association. So every release can be seen here. You can compare versions, you can compare features, and it's a beautiful area to get into. So for your testing, for your exploring new features. And I think one of the best part of Runbot is that it runs around the clock. As soon as there is a new release, it spins up a new box there, as you can see on the screen. And then please click the play button to start your instance and testing it out. And finally, a call to action for all who is viewing this presentation, aspiring students who want to get into Odoo Community Association development. Please feel free to look at this, because every contribution, whether it's technical, functional, financial, helps strengthen our ecosystem and benefits businesses and users worldwide, especially who are inclined to using open source and with the FOSS philosophy. So you are also welcome, like I am doing today, you're also welcome to talk about Odoo, in your colleges, in your universities. Please feel free to promote it. You can contact me directly if you need any help with that. Eric and myself is here, and we are very much happy to give you any kind of help in terms of documentation, in terms of links, in terms of master classes, anything else. But you're also free to promote it yourself. So this is one way of helping Odoo Community Association, right? But there are a few guidelines that you can follow. This is just an idea. Pick a good subject. Register your event with a catchy title. You can share your presentations with us, so we can also spread it across forums. And of course, if you write great content, it'll help spread the word. Now, if you have no intention of contributing technically or functionally, you can also become a sponsor. So, because running such a community it's very draining on finances. It needs support from businesses, it needs supports from users, it needs supports from members. And another way that you can contribute to is becoming a member within OCA. OCA is about 500 plus members, which is constantly actively contributing. But I would, plead with the community across India, across Africa, across Namibia. Namibia has a lot of participants today. To see how they can contribute effectively to Odoo. And for businesses who want to see a sustainable world in open source, especially to run their businesses with privacy, with security, please feel to contribute to the OCA. And this is some ways that we can also expand our capability, use it for other PR work, community outreach programs, and of course conduct code sprints, because now we want to move from version 18 to the newer version. Then we need to conduct some code sprints, and any contribution for that would help. And this is the QR code for if you want to contribute. This is the QR code that you can start with. And the last slide is that I want to give you an idea of some group companies or some of our customers who have been very successful across the world using Odoo Community Association software. And so we are saying if we can achieve it, so can you. So please, help this freedom of choice in open source and spread the good work. Thank you for listening in, and if you have questions regarding this, you're welcome to directly contact me through social forums, as well as in this YouTube channel. There is a chat option. There is also our Mattermost channel. There is also a Telegram channel that you can contribute and ask questions to either one of us, and we would be happy. Once again, thank you for listening, and I wish you all a very good evening, good afternoon, or a good morning, wherever you are in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your presentation. So the next masterclass will be live in 20 minutes. Then Chai Lin Lim, the CEO of Monflow, is going to talk about financial freedom. See you in 20 minutes. So, hello everybody. Next speaker is Chai Lin Lim, who is the CEO of Monflow, and he is going to talk to us about financial freedom. Yes, let's get over to Chai. Three, yeah. Sound of three. Sound. Let me see.
Happy to present. But I will share my screen so we can all look at the PowerPoint that I have prepared. The topic of my presentation today is the future of finance is open source. Are you ready for that? So again, my name is Hailin Lim, and the outline of my presentation is as follows. I would like to pose the following problem. The problem is that traditional finance is centralized. It is weaponized, and finance is right now used as a system of control. But what if finance was open and free? I believe that if you can open up finance, if we can build finance on open source protocols, that we will be able to foster human beings, that we can help people flourish in their human lives. While listening to this presentation, I want you to keep the following in mind. I want you to keep in mind that whatever I'm talking about is related also to liberty and related to human flourishing. So for me, open finance is a prerequisite to offer people an opportunity to flourish in their lives. And first, I would like to start with why this is so important for me. Why have I been in this space for more than 12 years? So in order to understand it, I would like to tell you a little bit of I would like to tell you a bit of our personal stories. I was born in a refugee camp. I was born in a refugee camp on the border of Cambodia and Thailand. My parents, they fled the Cambodian war because in 1975, the Khmer Rouge, the Cambodian communists, took over the country. What they said is everyone needs to move to the countryside. So my parents were also forced to move to the countryside. And once they were on the countryside, they had to work in labor camps. It was a very, very terrific, horrific. It was a very horrific event. Almost 2 million people died. And I was very lucky that my parents were able to survive. They were able to survive by fleeing the camps, walking all the way north um, from mid Cambodia to Thailand, where they were able to receive asylum in one of the refugee camps over there. To give you some examples of how life was, when my parents arrived in the first camp, they called it site number one. It was called Sakael. They were so weak, and the people who were accepted there, they had to live in tents. A lot of people were very weak, and in their weakness, they were not able to stand up or to get up at nighttime when there was heavy rainfall and there was a flood in the camp. So there were people drowning because they were just too weak.
It seems we have a technical issue. We are trying to solve it now. We try to get Chai in back.
terribly sorry. Um, do you hear me again? I, yeah, I will share my screen again. Okay. Yes, thank you. Excuse me for being disconnected, but I'm happy to be back again. Um, Let me go back a little bit to make sure that you're following the full story. So in 1975, the Khmer Rouge they took over the country, and what they did, they moved people from the city side all to the countryside, where they're forced to work in labor camps. Like many other Cambodians, my parents also were forced to work in labor camps. But what's really horrific is that from this ideology that everyone should be equal, they forced everyone to wear black. And next to wearing black, they only could wear a scarf around the neck. It is true, people looked the same, but everyone was equally poor. And my parents, they were trying to flee the labor camp, which they eventually were able to do so. So what they did was they moved from Cambodia, walking through the jungle, which took several weeks, all the way to the north, to Thailand, where they were accepted in a Thai refugee camp. The first camp was so awful. The first camp was so awful that whenever there was a flood, whenever there was heavy rainfall, there immediately was a flood. And some people living in those camps were too weak from the war, from the horrific events in Cambodia, that they were not able to lift up their head when they were sleeping. And they were just drowning. Luckily, they opened another camp. It was called Sakai Camp number 2. My parents moved there, and eventually my parents moved from that camp to a third camp called Kawidang. Within a few months, Kawidang grew from population of 0 people to more than 100,000 people. I think at its peak, it had around 160,000 people. So can you imagine a place that grows so fast from 0 to a city maybe as big as Tilburg? Tilburg is a city in the Netherlands. I want to tell you a few stories about the camp. That gives you better insights in how I view the world, why I believe in open source, and why I think that finance should also be open source. So even though we were rescued, my parents were rescued from the horrific events in Cambodia, they were also imprisoned in that camp. So to give an example, in the camp, you're not allowed to sell and buy goods in shops. My mom, for example, tried to sell goods in her own shop that she created. You can see it in this picture here. Sometimes a Thai soldier would come by and a Thai soldier would say, "You're not allowed to sell it." So they would take away all belongings. Or what my mom often did, she tried to bribe them and said, "Oh, you know what? Please leave us alone. We are giving you some Thai baht." And then the soldiers would sometimes leave us alone. And my dad, who wanted to help the family financially, sometimes he snuck out of the refugee camp. But he had to do it at nighttime because if the Thai soldiers would find him, would know that he would snuck out, they would either not let him go back in or they would beat him up. And what did he do outside of the camp? Well, he was looking for work. So he was, for example, cutting some trees or doing something other that was very laborious, just to earn some Thai baht. With the Thai baht, he would snuck into the camp again and try to support the family. Most of these goods that you see here, most of these goods were actually given by the United Nations. The United Nations helped us by giving us some rice, some oil, some goods to survive on. And my parents tried to save as much as they could so that they can trade it for other goods or sell it for some extra money. Sometimes there were Thai merchants coming to the camp, and the Thai merchants were then trying to sell something to the Cambodian people in the camp. Another thing that I remember very clearly is that one time we were very late fleeing from rebels because from time to time rebels from Cambodia would come in the camp with weapons, with guns. They would knock on people's doors and they would then steal people's money or threaten people for money. One time we were too late fleeing, and I remember that my mom was begging these rebels, saying, "Please don't kill us, don't do us anything." And she was begging so well that the rebel felt so sorry for my mom that he decided to give my mom some Thai baht instead of stealing Thai baht from my mom. Or one time we were very late fleeing and we quickly ran into a canal, and then Thai soldiers came, and then there was a fight between the Thai soldiers and the rebels. I remember the shooting between them, and I remember that I wanted to cry. I was around 4 years old back then. And we waited and waited and waited until the fight was over. But I can still remember the lights from the weapons flying back and forth between the soldiers and the and the rebels. The reason why I tell this story is that this story is also related to liberty, human flourishing, finance. Whenever people are free of, they have the freedom of choice, freedom of association, they will always try to direct their life in such a way that they can flourish, like my parents. Here on the right, you see a picture of my brothers and my dad. I still remember this picture very well. We took this picture because our auntie died in the camp, and we wanted to send this picture to a family member who fled to Australia, just to let them know that we were having a proper burial funeral for the auntie. What you hear from this story is a story that is a story of imprisonment, a story where people are not, they don't have the freedom of choice, where finance is heavily controlled. All the money that people had in Cambodia had to be given to the Cambodian communists. My mom had gold, they had silver, and they were trying to hide it because if the communists knew about it, they would take it away from them. And believe that within the digital age, it becomes easier and easier for certain parties, including the governments, to control us financially. And I think that one of the most pressing problems right now in the world is that there is centralized control over finance. Banks and governments decide who can access financial services. Finance is used as a weapon. Financial institutions and governments weaponize finance against individuals and even entire countries. I will give another example of that later on. We have had huge inflation in the past 10 years. Central banks printed enormous amounts of money, causing devaluation of savings. And by causing devaluation of savings, they are actually encouraging people to speculate with the money if they wanted to preserve their wealth. And our current financial system, because it is centralized, it is also very expensive to use. Doing so, we are excluding more than 1 billion adults. And I'm only talking about adults, right? So according to research by the World Bank, there are more than 1.4 billion adults. If you would include the kids, how many people are unbanked? or underserved in the financial system. A very good friend of mine is Roger Ver. Roger Ver, his nickname is Bitcoin Jesus. He promoted Bitcoin as a way out of centralized finance. He strongly believed that finance should be open. He is called Bitcoin Jesus because he was an evangelical. Everywhere he went, he gave Bitcoin free to everyone. 2014, he decided to give up his citizenship in the United States. He said, I don't want to have anything to do with the United States government. They are waging wars. They are trying to control the world economy with the fiat dollar system, with the petrodollar. He called them terrorists, and he decided to leave the country. Then, 10 years later, in 2014, little bit over half year ago, the IRS came after him and they said, you forgot to pay taxes. You forgot to pay us taxes more than 10 years ago. Whereas this guy, Roger Ver, surely did pay his taxes, but in 2014, 15, it was very unclear how much he had to pay. Because back then, Bitcoin was not regulated, at least not to the extent that people knew very well how much taxes they had to pay over it. Roger Ver and his lawyers asked the US government, okay, if you say that I did not pay my taxes, or that I don't pay enough taxes, let me know how much I need to pay and I will immediately pay it. But the US government refused to tell him how much he owes in taxes. And just for that, they say that he could end up in prison with a sentence of up to 109 years. This is a very clear example how finance right now is being weaponized against individuals and corporations, or even entire countries. I know why he is being targeted by the US government. Roger Ver was the one who supported Ross Ulbricht. Maybe you don't know who Ross Ulbricht is, but Ross Ulbricht, he was the founder of the Silk Road, where people could trade in drugs. It was an online marketplace. Roger Ver was also the financier of WikiLeaks. So he funded Julian Assange. He funded several freedom movements in the United States. That, I think, was the real reason why the IRS, why the US government is after him. So, what if we can build a financial system where there's not a single party who can control and who can wage war on us anymore? I think that would lead to a much safer, much freer world for everyone. So what if finance was open, global, accessible to anyone? So that even those even those 1.4 billion adults can open an account and start saving, start paying digitally. What if we would have full control over finance again? That when I do a transfer to Richard or do a transfer to Eric, I don't need to pray that the bank will allow the transaction. What if finance was not controlled by a small group of elites and gatekeepers? Well, this is already happening with open source finance. It got huge impetus through Bitcoin in 2009. And the space is only getting bigger and bigger. So Bitcoin was released in 2009 is peer-to-peer, meaning that whenever you do a transaction, a Bitcoin transaction, cryptocurrency transaction, you don't need to depend on an intermediary. I can do a transaction directly from my own wallet to Richard's wallet, and no one can stop it. Bitcoin is a public network, public computer network. Everyone can join this network. You're not supposed to join it. You have freedom of choice. If you don't like Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, then you just don't use it. It is also censorship resistant, meaning that every transaction is recorded on a computer. This record is distributed among a large network of computers, maybe more than 100,000 different computers all over the world for Bitcoin, meaning it's very difficult to censor the record again. Because in order to censor it, you need to convince those 100,000 computers about the record that you want to convince them of. It's also permissionless. You don't need to ask for permission if you want to use Bitcoin. Everyone can create his own Bitcoin wallet or a wallet of any other cryptocurrency, like what I showed here, Monero, which is my most favorite cryptocurrency. It is also decentralized, meaning that there's no single point of failure. If one computer gets hacked, it has no effect at all on how the whole network functions. So Satoshi Nakamoto, who is the founder of Bitcoin, he wrote an email saying the following. He said that a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. It would be done in such a way that you don't need to ask permission from them. A lot of people automatically dismiss e-currency as a lost cause because of all the companies that failed since the 1990s. I hope it's obvious it was only the centrally controlled nature of those systems that doomed them. I think this is the first time we're trying a decentralized, non-trust-based system. The beautiful thing about the internet is that it is connecting us. If I want, I can send a text message to Richard and to Eric, and they will receive it within a second. The early cryptographers of the 70s and 80s and 90s, they thought, why should we not allow people to also send value to each other like that? Back then, we already had email. But why should email be treated differently from sending value? Both are just bits and bytes. A lot of companies have tried this. So what Satoshi Nakamoto said, since the 90s, many companies have tried it. They've all failed because the system that they were building was not decentralized enough. There was always a single point of failure. The record keeping was kept at a server. When the server was closed down by a government, then the whole system collapsed. What makes Bitcoin special is that it consists of a network of many, many different computers, always updating each other on the latest records. So the attributes of this open source finance is as follows. If we compare it to traditional money, traditional finance, we can say that there's no control from banks and governments, no control of central entities. Instead, open source finance relies on decentralized networks. It is community-based. Everyone can join the Bitcoin network as well. It is permissionless. It is global. If I want, I can send a transaction to India, to Cambodia, to Africa, and the beneficiary can receive it within a second. Traditional finance is restricted. The fees in traditional finance, in general, is very high. If I want to do a transaction to Cambodia, it costs me at least $50. But open source finance can reduce the transaction cost to less than a cent. It of course depends on what cryptocurrency you use. Bitcoin is more expensive, but there are cryptocurrencies that use different technologies that are which require much lower fees. So fees less than a cent is definitely possible. Traditional finance is very opaque. It's not transparent at all. Open source finance, on the other hand, is fully auditable. You can look into the source code. If you want, you can fork it, and you can create your own version of that financial system. Traditional finance has a lot of inflation as we have seen in the past 10, 15, 20 years. The central bank can print unlimited money, whereas most projects within the open source finance, they have a fixed supply. Bitcoin, for example, only has 21 million in supply max. Traditional finance is also very biased. It favors the elites, it favors the institutions. Whereas open source finance, like Bitcoin, is equal. Everyone is treated equally by the network. It does not matter whether you are a king, whether you are a farmer, whether you, it does not matter at all what your social standing in life is. Everyone is treated equally. The network will not work faster for you because you are a president, because you are a king. The network will treat you the same as anyone else. So I want to give an example of open source science and how it could be used to eliminate intermediaries such as banks. One example that I think most people, it's very easy for people to understand, is an exchange service. Let's see. Normally, if you want to exchange, let's say euro for USD, we need to have a financial institution that provides liquidity. If I exchange my euro for USD, I could go to a bank and the bank can charge me, let's say, 0.5%, 1%. Western Union can charge maybe 2, 3, 5, 6%. I don't know how much they charge right now, but it can be very expensive. If we are going to eliminate those intermediaries, like in this case, the bank or the Western Union, what we could do is we can provide liquidity ourselves. So then we can create what we call a liquidity pool. So imagine a liquidity pool where people are allowed to put in euros, but let's say it's a crypto euro. So it is on a blockchain. And people can also put in dollars. And because it's a crypto dollar, let's call this a USDC. And let's call this EUR. Let's say when everyone is putting in money there, and your share of this pool now is 1%. So 1% of all the money in the pool is yours, meaning that you have 1% share of the liquidity pool. Every time when people are doing a trade between euros and USD, people are paying fees. Right? So all the fees are collected here. At the end of the day, we have collected 100 euros in fees. But because you supplied 1% of the liquidity pool, you also have a right to 1% of 100% in fees, meaning that you will earn €1 at the end of the day by just providing liquidity. This is so cool because now you are allowing people to exchange value without the need of an intermediary like a bank or a financial service. This is just one of many examples how we can eliminate banks and other financial institutions. How we, as a community, can start providing financial services. I want to show you what we are doing at Monflow now. So how can you participate in open finance? So what we do at Monflow is we have built Web3 bank accounts. It's a very innovative type of bank account that is connected to the banking system, but at the same time connected to open financial systems. every euro deposited on this bank account automatically becomes a crypto euro on a blockchain. Once it's a crypto euro, you can exchange it for other digital currencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and many others. But you can imagine that in the future, when we add more financial services on open finance, that you can also make use of those financial services without making use of a bank or a financial intermediary. I will now share with you a demonstration of Monflow. I'm going to log in. I need to enter my authenticator code. And I am logged in Monflow. What you see is the bank account that I talked about. This is a special bank account. It's what we call a Web3 bank account, right? So this Web3 bank account holds digital assets, so cryptocurrencies, and it holds also a crypto euro. Right now, it holds 14.5 crypto euro. I can transfer it. I can transfer the crypto euro to normal banks. So if I want, I can transfer, let's say, €1 to myself. Oh, wait a moment. Maybe it's better if I don't. Maybe it's better if I use this. Okay. I can enter first name, I can enter last name, I can give a reference, and then I can do the transfer. What happens then is that the beneficiary receives normal fiat euro. What I can also do, I can send the crypto euro to normal businesses. What we built next to that is an exchange service. So this exchange service is similar to the Uniswap, to the liquidity pool service I just demonstrated to you. What this exchange service does is the exchange service looks at many different liquidity pools. So here I showed you how liquidity pools works, and Uniswap is one of the services of the liquidity pool. But what we do is looking at 6 different services. And from those services, we are trying to find the best price. So let's say I would like to exchange 10 crypto euro to a coin called Unicoin, but I could also select Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, Aave, and so on and so forth. And if I click on exchange, next to the fees that I see here, it's going to look at the 6 different exchange services and giving me the best price. I can click on it, and right now it's going to look for the service, and eventually you will see that the exchange will succeed. So to wrap up, what I want to say is the following, is that the problem with traditional finance is that it is centralized, weaponized, and it can be used as a system of control. What we need to do to get rid of those financial prison walls is to make finance open. We already see a huge growth in this industry. What Monflow is doing is allowing people to easily put their euro into this open financial space. Once it's in this open financial space, you don't need the banks anymore. So if we have a secret weapon against banks, what we can do, we can go to if we want to utilize a very strong secret weapon against banks, what we are going to do, we will keep the money inside this open finance. We don't need to send each other value anymore using banks. Instead of sending money to an individual using the IBAN, in the future we will add a button here saying to a wallet. If I click here on to a wallet, I can send it directly to the crypto wallet of Eric or the crypto wallet of Richard. Right? That will be a peer-to-peer transfer. The goal of Monflow is to allow people to easily on-ramp, also allow them to easily off-ramp to traditional finance, but we hope that people stay in open finance and start really working on making banks and other financial institutions unnecessary. This is, in short, what I wanted to present today. I hope that you have enjoyed what I said and that you understand why this is so important for us in our daily lives now. Yes. Richard?
Chai,
you?
if you can hear us?
Yes, I do hear you.
It's a wonderful presentation, a huge insight into actual freedom of finance, and especially using platforms such as Monflow, and the way that you've given a history about how this came for you as a vision and how this is now evolved into a fantastic product. We are happy to collaborate with you, and I think the students who are listening into today's video and live cast from Chai, it's going to be extremely beneficial for them, because especially because India is moving into a area of digital transformation at this stage, and such knowledge would be fantastic. Thank you once again, Eric.
Yes, thank you, Chai. And in let me see, in about 20 minutes, so at 1600 hours, we will have our last masterclass. For this live part of the event. The event, of course, still continues until the 1st of March, but I will talk a little bit more about that at 1600 hours. So for now, we go out of the air a bit and see you again at 1600 hours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
correct. That's good. So thank you all for your attention of the last 2 days, for all the master classes and all the information we have given you. This will be our last masterclass of the live part of the event. Of course, you still can work on your software projects until the 1st March of this year. You will receive on the 24th of February an email questionnaire which you have to fill in entirely. Most important there is, of course, which projects have you worked on, which team you were, but also don't forget to put in the link of your repository where you are working on your project. Because if we want to see what you have done, we need to get to your repository to see your code. So for now, I will start my presentation. I'm going to talk about open source, especially open source education. As you probably already know, my name is Erik Mols. I am the CEO and one of the founders of Open Source Science, the educational institute on open source technology. So let's start. So what we wanted to realize in the world of open source is the possibility to not only train people in open source technology, but also make it possible that it would be easier for them to find work, jobs, to make a living based upon open source. And if you want to make a living based upon open source, you need to know how open source works, how communities works, and what kind of licensing there are present. So we built an education for that. And that's what we have done. So we are a community-led open source organization, and we believe in collaboration, innovation, and of course technology. So probably you understand already what open source is right now, right? We didn't explicitly tell it, but open source is basically based upon the four freedoms of software, which means that you are able to read the software code, you are able to use the software code as you want, you are allowed to make changes to the software code, and finally you're also allowed to redistribute the software code. Well, this is basically what the four freedoms are. This is what it's all about when we're talking about open source. As you already understood, because we also talked about business models in a panel discussion, we talked about the freedom, the financial freedom in the previous masterclass. Then you already noticed that per se the software being gratis, that you don't need to pay for the software, is not necessarily a part of open source. Of course, it's true, a lot of open source software you can use it without paying for it, but that's necessarily not always the case. Now imagine that 95% of internet is running on free and open source software. So you used open source software before you started in our hackathon, but also your family uses open source software, because if you use internet, you use open source software. So I don't think there are any persons on the world who can say, I don't use open source software because I do not believe in it. They can try it, but they are not telling the truth. So, why do businesses love open source? There are, of course, a couple of reasons to be able to mention for this. Businesses love open source because of the data privacy, because of the flexibility, the fact that you can move from vendor to vendor, so there's no vendor lock-in. Open source is often cost efficient. You get a broad perspective on everything, and open source software is easy to modify and enhance. So that's why businesses like it. But why should developers choose open source software? Well, it's good for your career if you develop open source. And why is that? We have total ownership of code. It's open source, so the code is everywhere available. You own the code you deploy, which allows you to work faster. There is a global community which supports you. We have a large libraries of open source modules, and if you want to understand how a module works, if you want to adapt a module because you want to make it better, you can download the source code and change it, redistribute it. Open source gives you the ability to collaborate with top developers. You have the possibility to showcase your talent, and you publish your code on a repository. Your name is attached to that, so people can see your contribution. Also, possible new employers can see the work that you have done. That's never the case if you worked for a long time with a proprietary company. Let's say you work for 15 years at a company like Microsoft. If you then want to switch jobs, do you have the possibility to show the world what you have done? Can you take the programs that you programmed while working for Microsoft, can you take that source code and show to the world, look, this is what I have done? What will you get from that? You will become sued by Microsoft because you're not allowed to do it. It's proprietary software. And with open source software, you freely can show the work you have done. So, what's in it then for you if you become an open source developer? Top companies are hiring developers. They look for proof of work. And like I said a couple of minutes ago, if you are working for a proprietary company, you cannot prove the work you have done. You only can tell, oh, I worked 10 years at Google. Oh, that's nice. What you have done. A lot of things. Can you show us that? No, I can't. I'm not allowed. And with open source, you do show that. Huh? You can make your GitHub link, your GitLab link, your Codeberg link. That's in fact a living curriculum vitae. You can show your work to the world. That's what we here then name, you create a portfolio of your open source projects. Open source science is an open source education community, and we are supported by many companies, and we want you to help to get ahead in the open source world. It's not only that we want to help you, we also want to help the open source world. We want to give open source a permanent, a good profile in the world, so that we slowly, maybe even faster than slow, can move out of the proprietary world. So, my first tip will be, from now on, keep yourself updated by following open source topics. Stay informed, stay connected with us, follow us on our socials, follow us on Mastodon, follow us on Blue Sky, follow us on LinkedIn. Yeah, keep yourself informed. Start with our guidance in your journey of free and open source software. And you could already start. Choose a programming language which you like. Get familiar with version control systems such as Git and look for interesting projects. And even if you can't program, you still can contribute. Join open source communities, and you learned a lot about open source communities the last 2 days. And you could join UBports, the Ubuntu Touch community, or you could join Oka and start developing and helping Oka Odoo community modules. You can contribute by solving beginner-friendly issues, small bugs, but you could also help testing, or you could help with documentation, if that's more your piece of cake. Develop your expertise to contribute actively to the open source community. Participate in open source contests, like this one, this hackathon we have done, and start winning and change the world. Start helping us to make FOSS sustainable, and FOSS is of course free and open source software. Do that with our project-based learning education, where not only courses are used, but also you build your portfolio, and after each year you pay attention, you work on real life open source projects. Together with our free and open source software partners, which are many, from many countries, from the USA, from Canada, from the Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, Singapore, Cambodia and India. All countries where we have partner organizations which are eager to have students to work on open source projects in a joint collaboration. Like the timesheet project, where we work together with a couple of companies and universities. All centered around a repository. So in this example it's GitHub, but of course it can also be GitLab or Codeberg. Especially we would like that more open source projects would move to GitLab, because GitHub is owned by Microsoft. But here you can see all kinds of partner organizations which are possible to collaborate with and to work on open source projects. Maybe even if you have yourself an open source project or an open source company, you could be part of our community too. We offer an education which is flexible, which is modular, but which, if you would do all subjects with us, covers an entire 4-year program, or 3-year if we speed things up. Subjects like logics, open source best practice, where you learn about licensing, about Git, and how open source community functions, but also how to maintain your own Linux machine and programming in Python. And then yes, at the end of the year you will do a project where your code that you created goes to GitHub. Then the second year, where we focus on Rust, on networking, on database technologies, again a bit Python and some more Linux, because maybe you need some skills as a Linux system administrator. And of course, the end of the year, all your produced code to your GitHub repository or GitLab, so that you are building on your own life CV. The third year, research proficiency, cloud software distribution, concepts of software engineering, C, C++, data science, again a bit of Python, building again on your knowledge, and of course everything to the repository. And at the end, the last year, the fourth year, you can do a specialization of half a year and a thesis where you prove your value of work to the world. And of course again, everything to your repository. So the modus operandi, what do we use in our education? So we are running an OpenEDX e-learning environment, which is of course open source. And in this environment, you will find all kinds of information, video material, books, exercises. And we use a system where we train the trainer. In most cases means that we partner up with universities and we train their staff for giving support. So currently already we are developing a couple of programs. We are working with the open source fellow program with MIT ADT, and we have more programs in development. And here you see a lot of possibilities. So everything is based on the 240 EC, which is the 4-year, but we are flexible, we are modular. We can tailor make any program for any institute which wants some open source education. So, and let Ozzy, our penguin that you already have seen a couple of times now, standing with the mics, be the Sherpa for the next generation as you go and set out to the summit of your career. So, I would like to thank you for your attention, and now we will probably go over and join to a live Jitsi.
Yes, in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, so for now, we'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you. It was wonderful.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, was it?
Off and the red button.
Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can.
Oh, fantastic. We like.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Hi,
Professor.
hi, Steve.
Eric, you need to switch the camera too. Just a moment. Oh, you can come here. Just a moment.
So we are ready.
Yes.
Yes.
We're live. Yeah.
I think we can conclude we had a wonderful event. Still about 200 people are coding and will be coding for the next week. So we hope to see nice projects which give something back to the community. So yeah, it was. We also like to thank the Berlin Business School of Innovation for hosting this wonderful event, and thank you for that, all of you. Thank you.
And thank you. It has been really a good initiative and wonderful. Professor Kariakos is
Dr. Farshad, so
Yeah, yes.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
for your time.
thank you very much. Actually, it was a great opportunity for thinking more deeply about industrial focus on open academic resources in the age of artificial intelligence. I mean, in the modern world, we need to learn how to change our perspectives to industrialization, to academic analytics, especially when we are going through openness. And this is a great opportunity when BSBI and Open Science are collaborating.
There is no sound from our side.
There is sound from our side. Yeah, well, there is.
Okay.
Only the professor dropped out of the connection.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Yeah, this is a great opportunity actually to think about openness in a new framework and to think about, creating a kind of knowledge community, all parts of the world, to be open, to be transparent, to be durable, and to make a strong partnership, using resources in different ways and being effective and efficient in a mutual way. This is something that is coming in the mutual vision of open science as well as BSBI, and we believe in future and believe in actually creating some values, global values together, and using resources in a very effective and efficient way in order to support all people around the world in a much more professional and effective way. This is great, and we are very happy for having open science in Berlin.
So let's us also put a word out to the boards of the 22 universities from whom students have joined in our hackathon to open up and start collaborating with Open Source Science and the Berlin Business School of the Berlin School of Business and Innovation to work on a better world and to collaborate on open source technologies.
Thank you, and now we will request Professor Kariakos if some final words of thoughts before we conclude.
Thank you, Steve. I hope you will be able to hear me and see me.
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Thank you.
Great. First of all, I want to congratulate all of you and our participants for this amazing experience. The key is to continue doing exactly as you did the last couple of days. And let's consider this as the start and not the end, or if you want,
the end of the beginning for many successful endeavors in the near future. Don't forget that by definition, what you're doing with sharing these common values and also the open sources is really, really, really great. And again, a very warm congratulations for this. We aim to host this type of events again in the near future. It is up to you. Just remember that everything that is affiliated to entrepreneurship, to higher education, to the pursuit of common values is something that at BSBI, but also in higher education, all of us, we embrace. I think if we look into the future, and especially with the development of AI, and I say this positively, there are still wonderful things ahead of us. So the more we share, the more we participate, the better for us and the community. Don't forget that we belong to a big circle of students, of researchers, of entrepreneurs, of business people. And the sooner we realize that when we join forces together and when we embrace these common values that I mentioned, it will be great for all of us. There are lots of positive side effects that you have received these last couple of days, and you will realize very soon. This feeling of belonging to a large global community, of communicating to each other, of exchange knowledge and ideas and norms, it's going to stay with you forever, especially if you continue participating in this type of activities. I really want to force you to continue educating yourselves. As I used to say to my students and also in all the graduation ceremonies, for me, education and this type of activities, as the one that you did these last 2 days, they equip you with a passport, but a passport that never expires. A passport, though, that you need to constantly update. And this is exactly what you did, and this is exactly what you should continue to do. And a warm well done from all of us to all of you. Congratulations again, and hope to be able to participate in a similar wonderful event in the near future. Thank you very much for all your efforts and your participation worldwide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So now on behalf of Berlin School of Business and Innovation, we have some small token. Please come forward.